What is up, everybody? As always, we are live. I hope my internet can handle it tonight, because my internet has been quite terrible today so far. But let's see. So, welcome to day 40 of vibe coding on a Steam Deck until we make $1 million. Let me see if we are able to get Twitch going. Okay, give me a few minutes and then we'll see if Twitch is working. Hey Lucas, how are you doing? I'm busy trying to see if I can get my Twitch stream also working. But doing Twitch is so much effort at this point. But it might be worth it, so we are going to be doing it. You never know. Let me put the chat on so long. Well, I'm doing okay, but Gemini is being shitty, so I'm eating the frog and trying to see what new AI model works for me. I see. We'll see the title of my video, because GitHub Copilot took away my free model, so I can no longer use ChatGPT or GPT-5 mini for free, which just absolutely sucks. Currently trying to get GitHub Copilot and VS Code under control as per your recommendation. Okay. Very cool. So which subscription did you get? Or have you not gotten a subscription just yet? I think I'm a few seconds away from being live on Twitch. I hope. Or maybe not. I don't know what's happening. Oh no, my phone is overheating. Ah. Okay, well, let's forget about Twitch for today. We don't need to do Twitch today. Right now, it shows GPT-5 mini as an option for me. Yeah, so I still have the option for it, but you'll see it's not free anymore. So GPT-5 mini used to be free, but right now it's 0.33. So it's not free anymore. Like starting this morning, it's not free. Whereas it used to be free previously. They also, if I go back to the normal one, I was on the normal one. Why can't I choose local? Hello? That's strange. Oh, also, I've been working a bit off stream, as you can see. We have a whole family tree thingy going here. I wanted to show this a bit later, but I had it open, so I guess it's shown now. But yeah, we got a basic family tree thingy going on here. But what I wanted to show was that GPT-5 mini is not free anymore, and Raptor mini is also not free. So both these ones were actually free previously, But starting this morning, they are not free anymore, which is horrible because I was using them. Now they cost money. I have ChatGPT Plus though, and also Gemini. Hey Kiwi! Are we really complaining? I see. Yes, we gotta complain. I don't know how to link those yet. I see. And they also made some other ones more expensive. I think, yeah, GPT 5.2 was one time, and now it's 3 times. So it's like 3 times more expensive. Hey, Serenity. And they also changed other ones. I think they changed, yeah. So Claude Sonnet 4.5, I think, was also one time, and now it's 6 times. So across the board, they've like made the prices even more expensive compared to just a few days ago. This really sucks. Anywho, let's jump in. So today we are what I gotta just make sure on this phone here. I know it said it's overheating, but let me just double check. Yeah, it is quite warm. Okay, we'll leave Twitch for today. You being in awe, as in being amazed. Not that awe. Okay, so for those who are tuning in, I have done some work off stream. I have built a whole family tree finally. So on the actual website, let me just find the page. Random. Ah, I missed it. So on the actual page, like let's say we are viewing the Genepedia page for Nelson Mandela, we have an option here that says tree. And once you go to the tree option, it's supposed to show the family tree for the immediate family of this person. Now, that's basically what I've started building here. So the idea is to have something like this be shown there. But it wasn't just a matter of making it. So I tried 3 different libraries that was available for building family trees. I also tried building it using Three.js and I think D3.js or something, and a couple other ones. So I did quite a few tries and none of them worked for me. To be honest, I was not able to like get them to perfectly make it the way I wanted to look. And so I decided to just scrap it for now. And I actually built this using normal HTML. So what you see here, all of these elements are actually just straight normal HTML elements that are being rendered here. There's like no canvas or anything, no library. All of this is just standard HTML, which is super cool because it's actually pretty performant, as you can see. You would think it would be slow, but it's not. Now, obviously, this is not that many people. Oh, we also have hierarchy. So I can, for instance, click on, let's say, Bailey Chen. Click on it. Okay, well, this one is an anomaly. But some of them have even like other parents. Like, let's do Aiden Brooks. Okay, well, in any case, it changes the tree depending on who you choose. It's supposed to not change the zoom though. I thought I did fix that. Um, in any case, so if I were to like do inspect, you'll see all of this is just standard HTML, which is very cool because if you look at all the competitors, none of them are using just standard HTML. All of them are either using like a full library like Three.js or give me 1 second. So all of them are either using a library or they're using a canvas and like drawing the family tree. So between all the popular competitors, I think I'm the only one who actually uses HTML. Now I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. Um, maybe there's a reason why they don't use this. But from what I've seen so far, I am really liking this. Now obviously it's not perfect yet, but I like what I see so far. Hey Sean, welcome to the chat. So today, oh yes, we didn't just make the UI. We actually built a whole GEDCOM parser. So apparently, most of the genealogy websites they use like a standard file type, which is a GEDCOM or a GEDCOM file. So it's basically a file that looks like this. Oops, not like that, like this. And this is how most genealogy data is actually like saved. Um, which is a weird format to use. I don't know why exactly, but this is basically how they are being saved. And so I thought it would be good to basically support whatever the competitors are supporting. So I found the specification document for GEDCOM 5.5.5, which is the latest one currently. And we basically had AI read through this and then make a parser for this. And that's the result. And what you see here, all of these people are actually being rendered from this get file. Now, the unfortunate thing about this is that our parser only supports the 5.5.5 specification. And many websites don't yet support this one like competitors. Meaning that if I have a user that wants to import their family tree, it might not work. So we need to actually expand the parser to also be backwards compatible with previous versions, I think, which might be a big task, but I think it is something that we need to do in order to make it easier for users to actually import their family trees. Okay, so the plan for today is I think we need to improve this and make it so that it fits into the actual Nelson Mandela page. Maybe also fix some issues like currently if I click, let's say here, like yeah, it's changing my zoom, which I don't want it to change. So maybe we can start there. But does it happen if I just choose someone? Let's refresh the page. So if I choose this person, yes, it doesn't happen when I choose someone, but it happens when I go to their family tree. Yeah. Okay, let's do some items here. I don't know which model we'll choose because obviously they are more expensive now. Let's have a look. So GPT 5.2 is pretty good. It's 3 times. And GPT 5 mini is 0.33. So maybe we should work out exactly how much it actually cost. So many messages here, guys. I'm loving it. What's up again? Hey, Malik. What's up, my dude? Okay. So 3 times divided by 0.33. Okay, so if we were to use GPT-5 mini, we technically could do 9 prompts to achieve the same cost of one GPT 5.2 prompt. So which one is better? Do we use the more expensive model but give it multiple tasks, or do we use the cheaper model but give it one task at a time? I don't know. Let's give GPT-5 mini a chance, right? Then what we'll do is we'll share this page. We'll select these 3 buttons. Hold on. Or let's do the entire block. We'll say do the following. Look at the attached screenshot. You'll see that the space above left and bottom of the image on the left is not the same. I need the space to be the same for all of the sides of the image. Okay, number 2. Please add, or oh, I shouldn't say please because that's wasting context. Let me also close this. Add hover tooltips to the 3 bottom right buttons. 3, okay. Okay, this way so if GPT-5 Mini is able to do like multiple tasks like this, then it might still be cheap. Yeah, give 5 Mini a chance. Indeed, Kimi. So 3. Let's say here, or let's just try 2 for now. Let's do 2. Send it. Yeah, my phone is still very hot, so I doubt we'll be going live on Twitch still. But I'm gonna try again. Because I do want to go live on Twitch though. Okay, I'll search for workspace for the node avatar markup. Oh, I didn't specify to it where to find it. Ah, that was a waste. I should have selected the file. But it's fine. I'm sure it'll find it, hopefully. Okay, stream. Is it normal that Copilot asks me to run npm run build each time? So that's the default, but you can change it. So you'll see here at the bottom, there's a set permissions. And you basically want that set permissions to be on autopilot. So yours will most likely be set to default approvals, which means for every command, it will ask you whether you are sure. So just set it to autopilot. You can also in the settings configure it to automatically be autopilot by default. So you'll see mine. If I make a new chat, mine will automatically be autopilot. But if you make a new chat, yours is going to be default. So you can leave the defaults as default, but then every time you can have to just say autopilot. And if you want autopilot to be the default, somewhere in your VS Code settings, I think you go here settings. Actually, I don't remember where, but somewhere you go and you configure it to be default. Okay. We might be able to go live on Twitch. Yes, but this phone is so slow. Okay, so what was a setting or thing where I adjust that called? So if you want to adjust the default behavior, I don't exactly remember where, but I think if you search for autopilot, you should find it. If you don't find it, then I'll quickly have a look for you, and perhaps I can find it. So you must just let me know. I believe we are live on Twitch now. Let me go check. I don't know what I'm looking at. Give me a second. Still figuring out Twitch. Okay. Unable to start. Twitch, I don't know what happened. Don't know why we... Okay, it says it can't start the stream. I don't know why. It didn't tell me though, like any reason why. Oh man, why is Twitch so buggy? Okay, we'll try again. How much are you spending on Copilot per month? So nothing. I have the annual plan. So I bought it once off for a whole year. I have the Pro Plus annual subscription. I don't exactly remember how much we paid for it, but that's what I have. So monthly I pay nothing. Nope. Oh wait, maybe we are live now. Should I refresh? Yes. Looks like we are live on Twitch. Finally. Well, maybe. Don't see a video yet. But my phone says we are live. Let me go grab some better connection possibly. Oh, there we go. So we are live. Let's just double check the quality. So I'm setting it to 720p. That's not good quality. Why is the quality so bad? Yes, you're live. Sweet. Thank you very much. Man, why is the Twitch quality so bad though? Ah, there we go. Now it's better. Okay, sweet. Okay, guys, let's finally jump in. If this AI is finished, let's have a look if it's actually working. Okay, that does not seem fixed. Oh no. Okay, I do see the hover tooltips at least, so that did work. Edit person, that's correct. Add relative, that's correct, I guess. Open tree. I guess. Okay, let's try again. Oh yeah, I forgot. We also have the open code models. Oh, they're not showing here right now. Okay, let me see if I can add the open code models. Then we could also technically use them. So just give me a minute. Open code. Open code. Yes, you're live on Twitch. Thank you, Lucas. Nice, nice. It was worried you were being subject to the crazy price hikes. Well, I am still. So even though I'm on the annual plan, they did still increase the prices. So you can see right here, I don't have any free option anymore. Like all of them now cost money. So previously, I was able to use Raptor Mini, which was completely free, as well as GPT-5 Mini. But now they both cost money. And the other ones are also very, very expensive. Like look here, freaking GPT 5.5 is 57 times. GPT 5.4, 6 times. 5.2, which is being removed soon, 3 times. So it's very expensive. Like as an example, to show you my day's usage, in one day I basically use 4%. And I barely did use it today. Already it's 4%. So yeah, it's really bad right now. Okay, let's try out good old Kimi. If we can find Kimi here. There we go, Kimi 2.6. Okay, we'll give Kimi the same prompt actually. Let's just use this one. We'll do Kimi thinking. add hover tooltips to the 3 buttons. Okay, we'll say do, edit, add, view for 3. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see if Kimi can do it for us. Sounds like it will get expensive fast. Yeah, definitely. So I technically I have 1,500 prompts that I can do per month, right? 1,500. So let's do some math. So 1,500, if you divide that by, let's say, on average a month would be 30 days, right? Divide by 30. Then I can use about 50 prompts per day is what I can use. And you'll see today, I've already crossed that. I'm already on 59 today, as an example. And I barely used it. So already I'm above what I should be using per day. Hey Night Sky, did you see my Steam message? So Night Sky joined the chat yesterday and he asked if I could buy him Geometry Dash because he wants to also do YouTube and stream official Geometry Dash. So I told him, yes, I'll do so. Yes, I definitely remember you. So Nice Guy, I tried to buy you Geometry Dash today. I sold a couple of CSGO skins and then I went to gift you the game and it says I can't gift you the game because you are in a different currency than me or something. I will show you quickly. Give me 1 second. Then we'll somewhere do it right here. So I couldn't actually purchase the game for you. Geometry Dash. So once I go in cart and then continue to gift options. So you can see here I have you selected already from before and a message. And if I say continue to payment, then it says due to regional price differences, the gift you are trying to send cannot be sent to the recipient's region. So I can't actually buy you the game. So you have 2 choices. If you do want me to get you the game. One, you need to either change your region to South Africa, or you might need to make a new Steam account. Since this is a brand new Steam account that you haven't used before, I'm thinking you might as well just make a new account. So VPN into South Africa, make a new account, I'll buy you the game, and then you can change the region to whatever region you want to be in. Yeah, it's exactly what he is saying. Because the prices for us is way cheaper, and so they don't allow gifting, unfortunately. I'm not exactly sure how to change the region to be honest. I think it might be easier if you just make a new account. Since your account has not actually been used yet, it is a new account, so you might as well just make another new one and then VPN into South Africa. And then you'll have a South African account. Then I can buy you the game and then you can change it back to whatever you want it to be. Have you considered Claude Code? I'm using the £90 per month pro plan and it's mind blowing. Unless I'm running multiple agents. So I have definitely considered it, but this price is just way too expensive. I'm not willing to pay that. At least not right now. You need to optimize this stuff better, man. What do you mean, man? Okay, let's see. Kimi also failed. That's not looking too bad. That's actually kind of nice. Edit. Okay. Couldn't fix the freaking picture though. Let's try again. The space above left and bottom of the image is still not the same. I need this space between the image and the container to be the same on all sides. So When you say change to South Africa, I don't mean just your profile that says South Africa. Like your actual account needs to be a South African account. So just to show you, I'm not referring to this here because this doesn't make it a South African account. Have you tried a cheaper plan as well? Should that work? What made you choose a Steam Deck for dev? Interesting challenge though. Simply, I really love the Steam Deck. That's why. I think it's a great device. Great price, great performance. So yeah, that's basically the reason. I also really like the operating system. I just love the way SteamOS like works, you know. I'm currently looking for a different AI coder coming from Gemini. Fair play, keep at it. Been watching you for a couple of weeks and it's very impressive. Thank you very much, Imu. We are starting off slow, but I think eventually we'll have a couple of products online and hopefully start making some money. I'm not too worried right now about being negative. I think over time we'll slowly generate money and actually get some products out. You gotta love the process, you know, and I love the process, so there's no rush. Why ruin the process? I have tried anti-gravity. One of the users in the chat um, actually recommended it. I think I might still have it installed as well. No wait, it works through the CLI is the one I got. I must remember how to actually open it. Do I go anti-gravity? I don't even remember like how you actually open it. But I do have it installed. I did use it for a tiny bit as well. I just don't actually remember right now how to get into it. But I installed the anti-gravity CLI. I haven't installed the IDE yet. Is the default Steam Deck OS immutable? Yes, it's immutable. Did you need to change any settings? No, so it's immutable by default. So as an example, if I were to install anything outside of my home directory, then it would be gone if I do an update. That's basically what immutable is. Gemini Pro was working amazingly, but now that my code base is at that many files, 17k lines of code, is not being able to use all of it as context. Yeah. So, Cesius, I'm currently using two different Linux distributions, like between different computers, and almost all of my stuff is running SteamOS. But then I'm also using KDE Linux, which is also immutable. Okay, I made a new account that's African. Okay, perfect. Can you post the link? I will send you again the vibe coding group chat. Then just join there. Tell me what's your name, and I will send you a friend request. There's the chat. Can you explain quickly what is your vibe coding setup? In terms of what? So I'm obviously using the Steam Deck, which runs SteamOS and Linux. And then I have 3 monitors connected to the Steam Deck. I have a webcam, I've got a mouse, a keyboard, a headset. And then as for my actual work on it, I'm using Visual Studio Code and GitHub Copilot. I have the GitHub Copilot Pro Plus annual subscription. We also have a few days left of Cursor, as well as a few days left of open code. We got those two just for 1 month. And yeah, that's basically the setup. Or is there anything specific that you have in mind? Use file system as context, Lucas. So the project today is Genipedia. I think today we are just going to be working on one project instead of multiple. Maybe if the AI is very slow, we might do some other ones. But right now, I just want to work on Genepedia. I'm a bit like worked out on the invoice generator and the QR code generator. Now, obviously, I'm not giving up on it. Just for today, we're going to be working on Genepedia because right now Genepedia is quite in a fun state. It's quite fun working on this specific part of it. So yeah, I think tomorrow we'll most likely jump back onto the other apps as well. I really want to get the QR code generator in a state where I can release it, as well as the invoice generator. I'm going to try and get the invoice generator Steam page to be submitted to Valve this weekend. And then hopefully, maybe we can even have a QR code generator actually published on Steam this weekend. I'm not promising it, but that's my hope. I'm a big fan of mini PCs. Same for me, big fan. That's also a reason why I really like the Steam Deck, to be honest. I'm working on a Kubernetes cluster, but I'm not very far and don't have much free time, I see. So yeah, I also love the idea of a mini PC. I love the idea of having like one device for everything. So if I could, I would use just my phone for everything. But unfortunately, my phone is not good enough at this point. But the Steam Deck comes really close. The only issue with the Steam Deck is I can't actually make a call with my Steam Deck, you know. So that's the only issue with the Steam Deck. Try the PewDiePie free AI. I did see it, but I'm not super interested in it right now. But I am curious. So we might give it a go at some point, but I don't care enough to like immediately needing to install it, you know. Have you tried it yet? How is it? I believe he basically took open code, right? And he just forked it and made his own version. So it's basically what we are using right now, open code. But he made a whole agents app, didn't he? What's your opinion on Claude Code? I love it. It's just unfortunate that it's expensive, but I absolutely love it. Like if I had infinite money, I would just get the Claude Code Max plan, and I would probably, I wouldn't say just use that, but I would use that a lot. How do I change currency? I made a new African account, but it still says USD. Did you use a VPN? Because you have to use a VPN when you make it. Because you have to be like your location must be South Africa. If you didn't use a VPN, then it would have detected you were in a USD country and therefore made you that account. You physically have to like look as if you were in that country. So you have to use a VPN to South Africa, and only then it will be a South African account. Where can I find how to establish that Obsidian file system? I don't have a Discord just yet, so because I'm using the Steam Deck, I don't actually want to have Discord open while live streaming just because it makes it slow, and therefore I've decided to make a Steam chat group. Now I might still make a Discord. I think it is a good idea to make a Discord, but for now I just have this Steam chat, which is like Discord, just worse, technically. So I'll show it. So give me a second. This is basically what we have here. Vibe coding. We got a home page where people can chat, and you can see people have been chatting in here. Then we have a show and tell where people can share what they are currently working on. Images, links, whatever projects you want to share, you can share it in here. So you can see people are sharing what they are working on. Then we have a news one. I haven't posted here yet, but anyone's free to like post any AI news or vibe coding news or whatever here. And then also have some channels for all the different products we are busy building. Like my calculator, you can see Cliff gave some feedback on the calculator, some issues that he has been having, as an example. So yeah, that's basically it. Not sure if there's any free VPNs. I don't know either, to be honest. Hey, GTA 6, can I share an X link? Night Sky, if you can't get a free VPN to work or figure out how, then what I'll do is, if you want, I can probably make an account for you or help you make a South African account. But we'll need to do that off stream. But that might be an option if you want. But I think this is the only way for me to buy the game is if you have a South African account, unfortunately. So Night Sky, if you can't get alright with whatever the VPN stuff, then tomorrow, if you want, then I'll help you and we can make an account for you. Then I'll act as the VPN, and we'll make an account for you. But that's the only idea. Okay, the profile picture seems to have been fixed. It's not perfectly the same. I want all of these sides to be the same. It's not perfectly the same, but it's much better at least. Oh, these icons even perfectly. These icons are not even centered. Come on. Let's center those icons. Please make sure that the icons are perfectly centered within the buttons. So the VPN is not on Steam specifically, the VPN is on your computer. So I don't know what operating system you are using, but whatever it is, you'll need to like physically connect on the operating system itself. Either via like the built-in VPN settings or like via a third-party program. So on Linux, it's quite easy. So I just click here on my connections, my networks, and you'll see I have VPNs here. And I simply go to settings and then I configure the VPN settings. That's it. So it's very easy when using Linux. Now I don't know how it works with other operating systems. Yeah. When I said we need to optimize this stuff better, I'm referring to the cost of to run these models. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can't put in a VPN to my PC. I'm not allowed. I see. Cool. Well then, I'll help you tomorrow, and we'll make an account for you. But it's gonna have to be off stream then. Okay, the icons are now perfectly centered. Let's refresh. That does not look perfectly centered, to be honest. Let's try again. Let's use GPT-5 Mini. I have a question as well regarding Genepedia. My wife suggested a different name for Genepedia. She suggested it should be Genepedia. What do you guys think? So let's do a poll here. What should it be called? Genepedia or Genepedia? So those are the two options. Currently it's called Genepedia. And then she said it should be Genepedia. Steam Deck is getting very expensive in SA, but I'm considering getting a Legion Go. Okay. I bought my Steam Deck for, I think, 5,000 Rand, if I remember correctly. And like brand new. It was opened, but not yet used. It was brand new, essentially. Which I thought was a great deal. And I bought mine, like how many years ago? 3 years ago, maybe? So I've had it for quite a long time. More efficient. Why don't you just buy Claude Max and use real model instead of that inferior stuff? Because it's expensive. That's why. I mean, if you want to buy Claude Max for me, sure, but otherwise, it's definitely too expensive. But we do have some goals. So you'll see here we made a goals list. There we go. So we have a rough goals list. Firstly, most importantly, we have to get positive because currently we have only spent money and not really made any money yet. So the first goal would be to get positive. Then we can look into getting a Claude Code or OpenAI Codex subscription. Yeah, we do have plans to eventually get Claude Code. Hopefully, eventually the Max plan as well. And then these ones, just some other ones. We need to get better internet, and these might not be needed. I did find some ways to actually like have a cloud Mac, so we might not need these. And then the long-term plan is to eventually upgrade to the Steam machine. So yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, so email, you can't send links in the chat. You'll need to send that on the Steam chat group. That's the only way. So if you want to share with him, maybe send it there. Or otherwise, you'll need to type it in like a weird way in chat. I see you guys like Genepedia. I see. I still like Genepedia more, but I guess the votes have been voted. Genepedia, okay. Well, we'll leave the voting on for a bit longer and see if it stays the same. Yeah, cloud options for Apple. Though I have a Mac Mini and it's been great, yeah. Yeah, so I half accidentally discovered the cloud options just a while back. So I think we'll most likely start using those instead of needing to buy an actual Mac. So I don't use Claude right now. So I do sometimes use the Claude models, but I don't use Claude Code. You'll see here I have Claude Opus 4.8. Wait, let me show you this. So you'll see I have quite a few Claude models. So I can use them. I don't use them very often because even through this interface, it's still expensive. Like 9 times for Claude Sonnet 4.6, that's crazy. That's so expensive. Like if I were to just use Sonnet 4.6, let's have a look here. If I only use Sonnet 4.6, then I could only do a maximum of 166 prompts per month. And then I'm done for. So yeah, it's very expensive. I think I'm going to try Claude Pro in a few days. Nice. Let me know how it goes. Also, Sean, Genepedia might also be better for SEO as people are more likely to search Gene instead of GD. Yeah, I agree. The thing is, I already bought the domain for Genepedia, unfortunately. But I do think Genepedia might be better. Um, so, yeah. I'm going to go live on Roblox. See ya. Cheers, Night Sky. Good luck. Why you don't use CMux? Use multiple AI agents together by using AutoGen, LandGraph, Crew AI. Just because I don't know how, I guess. I've never done this, so I have no idea. Do you have a public GitHub page? I do indeed. I'll post the link right now. I'm posting the link. That is my public GitHub page. We are busy like revamping it and making it a bit better. Right now, it has actually not been updated in many years. So I need to do some work there. We have started. You'll see here, I've started making a new like GitHub section, but it's still very much like a work in progress. I don't know when this one will actually go live. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. I do like this. These names should start at the top. Let's just select this. Yeah. The attached container should be the same distance from the image on the left side as what the image is from the container on its left side. And then the text within the attached element needs to start at the top. Hopefully this makes sense to the AI. Cheers, Lucas. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Right, so GTA says I should check out CMux. Use multiple AI agents together by using AutoGen. Okay, let's have a look here. I'll investigate that. So CMux. CMux is a native Mac OS terminal. Well, that doesn't help us since we don't use Mac OS. Hello, Ian. But are we live on Twitch? I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. Did we go live? I need to just check quickly on Twitch. Yes, we did go live, didn't we? Twitch. But it doesn't look like we are live anymore on Twitch. Yeah, we were live for 4 minutes and then went off. Why? I think it's just my internet that's just so terrible that it can't even keep me live. Okay, well, I am not gonna bother to try and go live again on Twitch, at least not right now. What thresholds of ARR for you to hit your certain goals? Is there a way we can support you? So I don't have like a threshold specifically. Um, I think just once we have the money, we'll reinvest the money onto things for the channel that we need to do, like getting maybe thought code or codecs or whatever we need. And then if you do want to support me, you are welcome to. I'll show you now. Give me 1 second. So we do have the GitHub sponsors page, which you are welcome to use if you do want to. But there's absolutely no like obligation. Don't feel like you have to. But that is a way you can support. And if you want me to use the money for something specific, you can also then tell me that. And whatever money you send, I will use it on that. So like, let's say you tell me that you want me to buy codecs as an example, and you send money for that, then I will get codecs with that. And then hopefully we don't have to deal with GitHub Copilot being so expensive. Because I think we'll most likely run out pretty soon. But I will try to use GPT-5 Mini as much as I can to let it last for as long as I can. Yeah, Twitch is not great with bad internet. YouTube CDN handles it better. I've seen this from other ZA-based streamers. Yeah. So I've been live a few times already, and you can see like yesterday it went off as well. So yeah. Twitch right now is not working great for me, personally. Are you doing any React projects? I am, but I have not done any React project on stream just yet. But I am doing React. Currently, all the projects that we are currently busy with on stream has just been HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Do you use ChatGPT Premium, or how the hell are you in debt after 40 days? I can show you how. I can show you exactly if I have it open. Give me 1 second. So we've been in debt since day one. Where is my? Here we go. So this is actually how we got into debt. So firstly, I purchased the GitHub Copilot Pro annual subscription, which was $100. And then very quickly we discovered that this was not enough. And so I upgraded it to be the Pro Plus, which was $365. And then I got Microsoft 365 for OneDrive. And then I obviously had to get hosting, domains, and internet, which was that much, $877. And then we also paid to have 7 games or apps released on Steam. We have already released 2 of them, and 2 more are very close to being released. And then I also paid to get a developer account for Google Play Store as well as Microsoft Store. Google Play Store developer account. And then I really wanted to try out and just like experiment with Google Ads and just like see how it works, because I've never used it. And so I also put $40 towards just to play with Google Ads. And that's what that is. And that's how we landed with negative 2,250. Ta-da! I hope that clears it up. What are your computer specs? I will show you shortly. Let me just see if this worked. Ah, that's looking better. Okay. It's not perfect just yet, but it is looking better. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna select this again. I'm gonna use GPT 5.2. Look at the attached element. I need the image to be left aligned with the exact same margins, top, left, and bottom. It should have the same space as the buttons bottom right. Then look at the text. I need the text to fill the rest of the container. And then the text also needs to have the same margins, top, right, and bottom, and left. Okay, let's see if that can do it for us. Okay, what is my computer specs? I will show you. Just give me a second. Okay, so these are my computer specs. You can have a look there. Interesting challenge. Hey, we got 12 votes. Some people are voting for Genipedia, but I see most people are saying Genepedia. So I'll keep this open still for a while, but it looks like we might need to rebrand to Genepedia, which is fine if we need to. I don't have an issue. But what are you using the worst model if premium ChatGPT is only $20 per month? I mean, ChatGPT 5.2 is clearly trash. So the thing is, I already paid for GitHub Copilot, and I know GPT 5.2 is trash, but it's the cheapest one that's kind of good. Because if I go to GPT 5.4, you'll see it is 6 times. So it's way more expensive. And I'm honestly not willing to pay $20 per month right now for Codex. It's just too expensive. So therefore, I'm going to stay with this for now. And GPT 5.2 is twice as expensive as GPT 5.2 and even more expensive than GPT 5 mini. I sent you GitHub sponsorship. Oh wow, 250. Are you sure, man? Jeez. One time for Claude Pro subscription. Keep up the good work and ignore the haters. Whoa, Emo, that's crazy, man. Thank you very much. I think we'll definitely get it like right now, if that's the case. That's crazy, man. Where do you live, Emu? Yeah, we got Claude open here. That's very exciting. We are definitely gonna use GPT, Opus 4.8. Let me go see. I need to just remember how to get into GitHub sponsors. Where is that? Where is that? Pricing overview. Okay, I'm quickly busy trying to sign into my GitHub sponsors. I sent you GitHub sponsorship, $250 one time for Claude Pro. Claude Pro. Oh, the one-time one. Build up front. So is that then for the entire year of Claude Code? Take your time, it will take a while to clear your account. Yeah, incredible guy, Emo. Emu, is there something I can do for you or something I can make for you? Anything? Yeah, Emu's freaking incredible. Where do you live, Emu? UK. That's so cool. Here we go. Definitely Emu. $250. That's crazy, Emu. Thank you so much. I'm looking at your GitHub now. Manchester. Lots of cool stuff here. I see you're also quite active. Okay, let's have a read here, right? So Pro, for everyday productivity. Per month with annual subscription discount, $200 billed upfront. $20 if billed monthly. Okay. Everything in free plus more usage includes Claude Code, includes Claude Cowork. Access to unlimited projects to organize chats and documents. That's so cool. Nah, I used the £90 per month subscription, so you would get 2 months hopeful, or you can choose a cheaper plan up to you. Store design is fucking sick. Okay. Okay, so £90 per month. When you said £90, I'm guessing it's this one, the max one, is what you are using, right? So if I choose the Pro one, how much like usage do I actually get? Like, let's say I use it every day, for like, let's say 4-5 hours per day. Would it last the whole month? Because I must say I am a bit tempted to get the max one and like push as hard as I can for the next 2 months and get as much done as we possibly can in 2 months. So I'm tempted for that, but at the same time, this one will give me access to it the entire year. So this one might be better over the long run, but I'm not sure. I don't think you need the 20 times. Okay. Can you send me X link which you were talking about? Probably the 5 times though. Yeah, there's 2 max plans, one cheaper, one more expensive. I see. Oh, I see. Max 5 and max 20. Now I see. So what's the price of the max 5? I see they have one listed here that says $100. But which one is that? Let's do try Claude. Would you be interested in stock exchange projects, or do you have too many projects already? So I'm interested in basically any project. Like I don't have any like bad vibes against any specific industry or projects. I definitely have too many projects already in progress, but if you have something very interesting in mind, I'm always happy to hear. Up to you, man, but you'd get so much done with the Max, especially with Claude Design. Okay. I'm gonna quickly just move it off stream. I'm just afraid that it might leak some information. So I saw a video about Theo where apparently Claude likes to leak your email and stuff like that. So I just quickly want to check the pricing off stream, just in case it leaks my stuff. Okay, I'm bringing it back, but let me just double check before I bring it back. Okay, I have to zoom in here, otherwise it might show some stuff. Okay, so I have this open here. So I see here, so there's $100 and $200. So this one, there's no specific amount of usage you are limited to. It's just that you'd have to wait if you hate the 5-hour rate limit. Okay. I'm very tempted for this one then. I think I'll watch some YouTube videos on the different options and see like how much you can do with each one. And then based on that, I'll make a decision. But I think we'll go for this one and then just push as hard as we can for 2 months and hopefully get as much done as we possibly can. I think it'll go a long way. I think if I can get Opus 4.8, like we can make so much progress with that, because right now, using GPT-5 Mini, right, I have to continuously like redo prompts to hopefully get it to work. Okay, this looks better. There we go. That's what I wanted. So this as an example, this took me how many prompts? Did we do like, I think we did 4 prompts just to get it the way I want it to be. 5 times is more than enough. I built a whole social network with 5 times. Okay. Let's just ask a question quickly here. I'm going to open up Microsoft Copilot. If I buy the Claude Code 5 times max plan, how much can I do on it if I vibe code every day for 5 hours? Yeah, let's start there. I'm finishing my project at the JSE currently and starting a new job in July. Congratulations. I've got some ideas, but I still need to work it out myself. Okay. What job are you starting in July? Well, Cesius, if you want to chat, you're welcome to message me on Steam and we can have a chat. You're also welcome to chat here publicly. Whatever you want to do, you can do. Goeiedag meneer. Sean is die beste vibe coder in die wêreld. Ek weet nie om hoe 'n kappie op te kap nie. Yo, my brain always hurts when you send these ones. I use anti-gravity. I have Google AI Pro for 1 year subscription in 7 Gmail accounts. Should I invest in on other? That's crazy. I don't know. Okay, let's have a look here. Short answer. Max 5 times is designed. Wait, hold on. And if I only use Opus 4.8. Okay. If you run only Claude Opus 4.8 for coding 5 hours every day on the max 5 times plan, you'll get better efficiency per token and faster modes to stretch budget. But max 5 times still may hit weekly plan consumption. Okay. Sean, hou jy van Afrikaans? I have nothing against it, if that's what you mean. I got them totally free. That one did feel a bit easier than the other ones you sent. This one specifically felt a bit easier. But it might just be the type of words you chose. So I'm looking at it and like, it just seems easier. Sean is the best vibe coder. Yada yada yada. This last bit got me a little bit. But the first part like was very easy. It's a smaller company that does medical billing. Okay. Sounds good, man. Hello chat. Are we entertaining Sean? Or how are we entertaining Sean? Good luck on that. How do you add the copy and stuff on the? I have no idea. I think you press like Alt and something on the numpad. Do it. I think you will be fine with 5 times. Just you sometime may hit the limit and need to take a break for a couple of hours. I think with Pro you will run into the issues you have having. Okay, yeah. I think also I'm definitely gonna get the 5 times then one, and then we'll push as hard as we can for 2 months. Try and get as much done as we can. I think that'll be sick. I can definitely see us then releasing a few products in 2 months. So thank you very much, Ibu. I am super appreciative. I must still try and get into GitHub sponsors. I'm not fully like into it yet. I lost it somehow. GitHub sponsors. But like you said, I think it will take some time to actually go through in any case. But I can see you definitely did sponsor it, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Doesn't work on Linux, so you copy it from Google. Let's see. Definitely check Claude Design too. It is incredibly powerful and will hand off to your Claude Code session. Okay, let's have a look. So Claude Design. Introducing Claude Design by Anthropic Labs. Get started with Claude Design. Okay. Let's have a look. Wait, my audio is off. Give me a second. Okay, wait. So is this like an app that you get? Do you have numlock enabled? Ooh, I downloaded the first video I watched on this YouTube tab today. That comment thing is quite cool. The way it like says tweak, and then it selects an element, and then type a comment. It's similar to what I'm doing in GitHub Copilot, where I basically select an element, and then type something. So I do like that because I use that a lot in GitHub Copilot. Right, so download as zip file, export PDF, export whatever that is, send to Canva, standalone HTML, hand off to Claude Code. Okay, this does seem like it could be very powerful. So you build the UI first using Claude Design, and then once you are done with the UI, like fully working UI, then you hand it off to Claude Code to actually do the backend. That seems interesting. Yes, it designs static prototypes, then you implement with Claude Code. Think like Figma. It generates very cool wireframes, and then you have a basis to feed into Claude Code. I see. Claude Code plus BridgeMind plus AutoGen plus MCP plus equals ultimate vibe coding setup. Sean, why are we watching an ad? We're watching an ad because this absolute mad guy here gave us money to purchase Claude Code and Claude Design. So we are watching it. Watching and learning. You are triggering my Linux brain. Sure, I know what you can do to solve this AI too expensive thingy. What? What's the solution? Make some money. Or what? Okay, so is Claude Design like a standalone app, or what is it? Or is it just within the normal Claude Code UI? Claude Code? How do I sign in? Try Claude. Or is it something you have to have like a subscription to get? Think through it with Claude. Okay. I'm behind on agentic AI development. I'd like to learn to use these things. I'm also very much behind, and that's also why I'm doing these live streams. Is also a way for me to learn AI better. 5-time max comes with Claude Design, by the way. I am not Anthropic salesman. Okay, so I won't have it in the free version. I'll have to upgrade first. Get apps and extensions. If you're not a salesman for them, you should be. Or maybe you shouldn't be because you'll only cost them money because you're going to be giving away it for free. Start of the Sean Apocalypse. It is included with your tokens for 5-time max and just contributes to your token limits. Okay, I see. Very cool. I'm very excited. Thank you very much, Imu. So I think Claude Code and Cursor has their own built-in IDEs like VS Code, but more integrations into things like Figma. Okay, let's do the next task. Let me use GPT 5.2 for now. Then we'll get some proper work done. So I'll say do the following, and then we'll give it multiple tasks. When you click on the 3 button, it should not zoom in/out anywhere. Only pan. 2. If a person has immediate family that I can view in their tree. Maybe we should disable the tree button if there is no people to view in the tree. No. Okay. Or maybe we should, yeah. If a person doesn't... Oh wait, I gotta think about this. Okay, most people are still saying Genepedia. Yeah, I think we'll leave this open the entire night and we'll see afterwards. But it looks like I'm gonna have to rebrand to Genepedia. Which is fine. I am happy doing so. So I think Claude Code... Oh wait. Guys, Figma versus Google Stitch. I don't know. I have never used Google Stitch. I don't even know what it is. Google Stitch. Oh, Stitch, designed with AI. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. Okay, what shall we give it? Studio portfolio. Okay. Please make a company website for, let's zoom in here, I can't zoom in? What? For Roselt, it's laggy. Can't do anything. It's very new. Make a resume builder design. So currently the site is not responding. And there it just crashed. It has died. Well done, Google. Okay, I'm gonna close it. I've seen enough. If a person has immediate family that I can view. Review. Holy shit! We have 27 viewers watching this stream. Where did everyone come from? What the hell? Well, welcome everybody. That's crazy. Thanks everyone for joining. I checked the viewers a few minutes ago, and when I checked back then, we had like 12, and now suddenly we have 26. That's crazy. I see we had 31 viewers. Well, welcome everybody. No wonder the chat is so busy as well. That's crazy. So, still in beta, I reckon. Yeah. They also probably vibe coded it, so there's bound to be bugs. That's okay. It'll only get better unless Google kills it, like how they killed most of their products, you know. There's like I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but Google have killed off so many products in the past. List of products that Google killed. Google has discontinued over 250 products, including apps, services, hardware. Google Graveyard, this is what I was looking for. Killed by Google. So all of these things were like products from Google that they either built themselves or bought and then just killed it. Or Google Stadia was so promising as well. All of these ones. YouTube Originals, I love that so much. Yeah, all of these ones just killed. So many. Crazy. Yep. Can we get more likes for the gentleman? And one message was deleted. I can't complain about Google. Microsoft got me a few times with Silverlight and Windows Phone. Ah, yes. Same for me as well. I was a big fan of Windows Phone back in the day. And unfortunately, Microsoft just killed it. Very unfortunate. Okay, if a person has immediate family that I can view in their tree by clicking on the tree button, then can you indicate top right? I'm just quickly planning out how I actually want this to work. Definitely, okay, bro, you should start a Discord server and start your legacy. Definitely Discord where you can announce before you go live and when you are live, but especially for announcing before you go live so that people can make a plan to join. If you're planning on working on games, what engine/tools will you use? Okay, so I know I should definitely make a Discord server. I am planning to do so. I've just not had time. But if you guys want one really bad, then I will try and do it ASAP. I hope that helps you. And then I'm definitely planning to make games. We actually have one game that's already finished and ready to publish. But the thing is, I made that game using the Delphi programming language. And so if I want to continue working on it, I have to physically start up a Windows virtual machine just to be able to work on it. So therefore, I might port that over to JavaScript. But yeah, we are definitely planning to make a bunch of games. Now, as for engine, I'm not sure. I'm actually thinking about not using an engine, just using normal HTML, CSS, JavaScript, possibly Three.js. So that might be an option. I am also investigating to use sandbox. So there's a game engine on Steam called sandbox. There we go. So this one runs on the Source 2 game engine. So I am also thinking about using this. Yeah. Hey, Chloric. I learned Delphi in school years ago. So one of the apps that we are busy making is actually called, if it loads, oh, it's so slow. I might need to close some stuff here. So we have Delphi Turtle, which is going to be releasing on Steam very soon as well. It's an app that you can use to basically learn Delphi programming by moving a turtle on the screen. Also built using Delphi. In Python, there's a library called Python Turtle. And I've actually ported that library over to Delphi. And then on top of that library, I built this application. This one is very close to being finished as well. I'm more of a C# Windows or Visual Studio main these days, but would like to try Delphi again. Okay. My first ever language was C#. And then fast forward a few years later, my second language was Delphi. And I absolutely fell in love with Delphi. I'm sure about the Steam game engine, but if you want to do 2D games to start with, my suggestion is Godot. The thing is, I like my current workflow in Visual Studio Code using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's why I'm thinking of just you doing it via that, possibly Three.js. But Godot is also an option, definitely. Okay. If a person has a immediate family that I can view in their tree by clicking on the tree button, then can you make the tree button be slightly light green? Yeah. Also, can you perfectly center the icons within the buttons? Okay, let's send that prompt. So GTA 6, most of my viewers is actually from India, but you are the first Indian to actually post a comment, by the way. Let me show you my YouTube statistics quickly. I always found it very interesting that most of my viewers are from India, but for some reason I've never seen a a comment or a live chat from an Indian person. So I'll show you here. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, here we go. This is some crazy statistics here. So this is my YouTube statistics. And you can see here that so these statistics are mainly for people watching these live streams. And you can see here that 60% of viewers on these live streams are from India. And even though that's the case, I have not had a single person from India leave a chat message, at least not someone that said they were from India, except you. You are the first person. Your country really loves these videos for some reason. 60% or more than 60% are from India. The tutorial capital is in the house. Whatever you want to learn, you'll find an Indian on YouTube teaching it. Which reminds me, Cesius, I actually used to do Delphi programming tutorials on YouTube as well. If you go to my channel history, you'll actually see lots of Delphi videos there from like 10 years ago. I'm part of the 2%. You are all over my recommended weird. So you are part of the 2%. UK 1.9%. Yep. 2.2% represent. I was quite surprised when I saw that India was 60%. Yes, in India, we have huge number of programs. How common are Delphi jobs in your area? Well, my area and your area is the same. Because you're also from South Africa, are you not? Did you say from South Africa? 2.2%. Yeah. So, my area and your area is the same. Delphi jobs in South Africa, there are not that many, but there are still enough to find a job in Delphi if you want to do Delphi. There are many companies doing Delphi. Every toll gate in South Africa runs on Delphi software. Many of the software at the mines are Delphi software. Majority of the POS systems in South Africa are Delphi software. Most of the software that are being used by like hotels and guest houses, guest lodges, they are also using Delphi software. Yeah. Delphi is definitely less used than these ones. But if you really do want to do Delphi, you will find jobs. I think also the younger you are, the better chance you have, because most Delphi developers are quite on the old side, like 50 plus. So if you can come in as a young person and prove that you are able, you'll have a good time, I think. I can show some other interesting stats, by the way, which is not actually accurate because I know we definitely have at least 2 females in the chat. Not right now, but we have had at least 2. But you can see here, apparently we don't have any females. 0% female, 100% male in this chat, according to this. And we don't have anyone between the ages of 13 and 17, which also is not true. Because we have 2 right here, Astro and his brother somewhere here. And then no one above 65 plus, apparently. So yeah. I worked in a startup in Manchester where whole C-suite was South African. Well, the thing about hiring people in South Africa is that they are much cheaper. So if you want to have like cheap developers, South Africa is like a good choice because we get paid a lot less compared to people in like Europe and UK and US for like development stuff. So many companies like outsource to South Africans. And I guess India is the same as well. They also get paid less there. But I think it's easier for companies in like US or UK or Europe to outsource to South Africans because most of us understand English to a good degree. Yeah, I'm not young enough anymore. I'm not old either, but in middle. I'm most likely professionally going to stay in my current tech stack. Sweet. How old are you, Cesius? Okay, so it is showing green now. I don't know if I like the green, to be honest. So if I click here, oh, it does work though. Okay. The green on the 3 button doesn't work. It's showing green for the attached person, but if I click it, then I don't see any brothers or sisters or parents showing up. So therefore, it should not be green. Oh my god, it did not recognize this at all. The green 3 button on the attached element is not working. I clicked on the 3 button for the attached person and there wasn't any brothers, sisters or parents. So the button was not supposed to be green. You still young, man. Not old at all. And that was the weird thing. They were living in the UK, quite entrepreneurial. That's interesting. Have you heard about IIT, College of India? I have not. Never heard about it. Not even a little bit heard about it. Guys, today's live stream has been one of the best live streams we have had so far. Because we have not even been live for 2 hours yet, and already we have had 400 people that have watched this live stream in total. At one point, we have also had 31 people watching it at the same time. And then we have Emu that gave us a crazy sponsor. So this has literally been the best live stream we've had so far. So thank you very much for everyone watching. I very much appreciate it. Hey, I'm new. Can you tell what you are building? I can indeed. So we are building a bunch of stuff. So to give you an idea, this is currently all of the different projects that we have going. There's no point in reading through it, but essentially, tonight specifically, what we are building is a genealogy and family tree website. And I'm currently specifically busy building the actual tree section of it. Now, I tried different libraries and stuff like 3JS, D3JS, some other specifically made for family trees, and I didn't like any of them. I also tried using a canvas. I also looked at what the competitors are using, and all of them either used a library or they were using a canvas to physically draw it. And I did not like the way any of them implemented this. I also did not like the way my GPT-5 mini and GPT 5.2 was implementing it for me using any of those libraries or methods. So I scrapped that, and I basically decided to do it using just normal HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So what you see here, this whole thing here is no library, it's no canvas, it's all actual HTML elements that's being drawn here, and then we've added interactivity ourselves using JavaScript, so we can move it around, click to zoom. So what we have here, I think, is pretty special. Now I don't know yet how it will scale if we have like 1,000 people that's being loaded at the same time. But the thing is, I have tested out some competitors, and one competitor specifically, I don't know how many people I had loaded, and they are using a canvas for it. And if I must guess, I maybe loaded like 200 people, maybe, and it was extremely laggy. So I think at some point we need to try and load like 1,000 people in here and see how it handles it. I think if this system can at least handle it just as good as competitors or better, then we are in a good place. But we definitely don't want it to be slower. But right now it feels very fast. Like even just having a few people like we have now, like let's say these people, like this amount. This amount already feels very smooth and faster than the competitors if I load the same amount of people. Like it just feels smoother. But I have to keep in mind that I'm loading this as a standalone page. This is not built into my actual website yet. So it might be slower in the website, I'm not sure. But right now it feels really good. Okay, I hope that answered your question, Mr. Unknown. Like I said, I do still have other projects which you can read there. I work on different projects every night. Depending on how I feel every night, I might switch projects. Like as an example, I know this weekend we are going to be working a lot on the QR code generator as well as on the invoice generator this weekend. So yeah, it just depends on how I feel. And depending on that, I decide what to work on. Now, what you see here is actually not all of the projects. I do have other ones as well. I have just not added them here. I'm still busy filling in this list. I'll read here shortly. CCS is asking, is it static or driven from a database? So I have something very special planned for the database. I'm not going to fully share just yet, but I'm working on something cool. But currently it's being driven from a GEDCOM file. So the industry standard for representing or storing data for genealogy and family trees is a file format called GEDCOM. So pretty much every genealogy website, they actually don't store this data in databases, but they store it in GEDCOM files or GEDCOM files. And so we wrote a parser for this, and here is the result of the file. Now, this looks like a very stupid format, to be honest. This is how it looks. But that's what the industry apparently uses according to Microsoft Copilot, and so that's what we have built. And then the tree is being rendered from this. So we basically do a JavaScript fetch to get this file, and then we run a parser to parse this, and then we load it into the front end. And then we build all of this HTML dynamically. That's essentially how it works. Okay. I'm so glad that YouTube recommended this underrated channel. I'm also glad. Thank you for joining, GTA. I appreciate you being here. The first Indian in the chat. You are going to be the OG Indian. person by law, so they are driven and to have more control over their businesses. They go to other countries. A lot of top nuclear physicists, for example, come from SA. What I mean, we have Elon Musk from SA as well. Try it. Have AI make a script that generates a example database. Basically, which workflow you follow this type of project. You should use lazy load and cache memory for big data. So I don't necessarily do a lot of planning for future stuff. I just prompt what I need now, and if it feels slow or if it feels like it needs improvement, then I improve it. That's currently how I work mostly. How do you deal with the change on Copilot? The requests are so low, it's basically unusable. Yeah, it's tough. So I pretty much only use GPT-5 Mini and Raptor Mini, and if I struggle with them, then I use GPT 5.2. So I don't even touch Opus 4.8 because it's 27 times. It's super expensive, not worth it. Not even to mention GPT 5.5, which is freaking 57 times. So yeah, the new prices are just way too expensive. Not worth it at all. I see no world where a normal developer should be buying GitHub Copilot to use GPT 5.5 as an example. It's just way too expensive. If they buy it specifically for basic stuff and want to use stuff like GPT 5.2, then sure, maybe even GPT 5.4, but definitely not GPT 5.5. Definitely not Opus 4.8. It's just way too expensive. Not worth it in my opinion. What about you? Is it static or driven from a database? Reminds me of X12, but that's cool though. What's X12? This is what happens when you let academics program. Are you sure these projects perform as a business? Some yes, some no. As an example, so I don't just want to build stuff that makes money. I am building stuff that I want to use myself and hopefully will also make money. I don't just want to build stuff to build stuff. I want to build stuff that I think will actually be useful to people. So if I have friends or family that need something, or if I need something, I'm building it. I also have plans in the future to basically build stuff from the chat. So eventually, once I finish building what I want to build, then I'm going to start building stuff that the chat wants me to build. That's the plan eventually. Now, I know the title says the goal is to get to 1 million, and that is a goal, but that's not the primary goal. I'm not gonna go and just push to get 1 million. I do want to have fun while building stuff. I want to build stuff that I'm actually proud of building. If that makes sense. Stuff that I want to use every day. As an example, I have spent the last 7 years as a side hobby doing a bunch of genealogy work and gathering profiles, looking up people, and the more I've done this, the more I've started hating the platforms that I was using. And I've always wanted to build my own platform, but I've never had the time until now. So now I can finally do it. Sorry, the first half comment got filtered out. No problem. You should also learn how to interact Azure. Then you need to learn SQL to build a cache so they may store it. But it might not do it when you have, yeah. So I know SQL. I've actually been a developer for many years. If we get to a point when we do need it, we will get it. Yes, and Sean is related to Elon Musk. He's just modest by not mentioning it. Yeah. Not super closely related, but we are related. Oh, it's worth it. It's not worth the GitHub Copilot, but it's worth the $15 or so directly from Claude. X12 is a document format for sending specific industry messages. It predates XML and JSON, but is still used a lot in the US. Okay, very interesting. Use it today, 2000 requests basically with 4 prompts. Totally ridiculous. Yep. So look at mine. I use it today and I basically got to 60 requests, 68 requests, and I barely did any work. And I mostly just used GPT-5 mini and a bit of GPT 5.2. Already I'm on 4%. So if I keep going at this rate, I won't actually be making it through the entire day. Now it's not as bad as yours. 2000 requests is crazy. But I'm guessing you were using GPT 5.5 or something. I myself is a developer from India. Don't take serious these haters. Vibe coding is the future. Yeah, I think so too. A fellow Indian. Good night, Mr. Sean. See you tomorrow with your Discord server ready. I don't know if we'll have one ready tomorrow, but I will make one. Good night. I'll check the chat shortly. Let me just investigate here. Okay, so now it's supposed to only show green trees if there is actually stuff to click on. So this one won't have anything. That is the case. This one has something, okay. This one has something apparently. This one, okay. Okay. I'm looking for one that has one, but it's not directly related to the main tree. But it doesn't seem like we have any ones here. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Can you please go ahead and create some parents and brothers and sisters for the attached person? Okay, let's create some users for this person, and then hopefully we should see this button go green. Dave says, do you use agent files in MD files? I have tried using it, but I have not personally seen a big improvement or benefit in using them. Now, I'm not saying that you never won't see any. I've just personally not seen a big improvement. But that's also why we are doing these videos. I don't know everything, and I still have to learn a lot. So we are doing these live streams for me to also learn. Look up next, okay? Doesn't want to copy. Hello, copy. Copy. On GitHub, I have a repo directly for bots to help make a secure Discord. Okay, interesting. I'm on my way to go look. It integrates directly to VirusTotal and scans URLs if the leak is known to hack you. There is a improvement. I have your GitHub. I will take a look sometime. Thank you. I don't know when we'll make a Discord, but we will make one. Everyone is asking for one. Whereas right now we are using the Steam chat for it, which is this. Okay, so I've not used skills that much either yet. I have seen, so regarding using MD files and that and skills, right? I have seen some improvement in terms of standards. Like if I could tell it the way I wanted to write code. As example, when I use the Delphi programming language, I could specifically tell it that it should always use inline variables. And in cases like that, it is quite helpful. But it's not so hard for me to just simply type in my message to use inline variables. So whether I have the MD files or not, it doesn't make a big difference for the stuff I've tried so far. Now, as for sub agents, I've seen lots of great work being done with subagents. I do use subagents quite a bit. I have not really used it since the new GitHub Copilot price increases, but I am a big fan of subagents. I've used them plenty. Are you handling the CSS yourself? What's your thoughts on using Bootstrap or Material UI? So, I'm not handling the CSS myself. I am pretty good with CSS as well as JavaScript, but for these videos, I try not to do anything at all. So I will sometimes like tell the AI or lead the AI towards a way I wanted to do it. So I might like reference certain JavaScript APIs or certain CSS things to do, like explain to it how I wanted to build it. But all the code is written by the AI. Nothing's actually written by me. If that makes sense. My thoughts on Bootstrap or Material UI. So I actually use both of them. I have projects using Material UI and I have projects using Bootstrap. Most of my projects are using Bootstrap. I think I only have 1 or 2 projects using Material UI. Actually, I'm lying to you. Well, yes and no. All of my projects used to be Bootstrap, but lately I've not been using Bootstrap actually. I'm actually not using any library for like components and that. I'm actually building them myself nowadays. So you'll see most of my projects nowadays, I have a folder called components. And then inside of that, I'm basically building my own components from scratch using just normal CSS. But I have no like thoughts on this. Use whatever looks the best or feels the best to you. I don't think it matters that much what library you use, because with AI, whatever library you use, you can still make it look exactly the way you want it to look. Now, if you do want to have the AI already know the library, then you want to choose something that's quite popular, like ChadCN or Material UI. Bootstrap is very popular, but it depends on the framework. Because like if you use React, Bootstrap is not so popular in React, as an example. Yes, it depends on the version of Claude you are using. So like if I have a skill for pen testing, I will feed it a MD file explaining how to use WSL2 and Black Arch to say reverse. So the thing is, my opinion is that the AI has gotten so good that I don't think you need to tell it or explain to it how to use WSL2. Like, I think the AI is at the point where it just knows how to use it already. And that's why I don't think MD files or skills is too important anymore, because the AI is already so good at figuring it out and just using it. You have to give it tools to make it really powerful, like Node or Python. Yeah, but like as an example, I could tell the AI to do something right now without ever giving it a skill or an MD file, and it would be able to use Node and Python. Like I don't need to tell it how to use it or where to find it. It will just be able to do it by itself. At least in GitHub Copilot, it works like that. But it doesn't know guidance. Do you want to explain that? When you say it knows how to use it, but it doesn't know guidance. The reason why I say so is because I have seen the AI figure it out without me guiding it as well in the past. Like as an example, I've had cases where I've asked it to do something, and I knew that using Python would be the best way, and the AI by itself like figured out that it should be using Python, and then it saw that I did not have Python installed, so it went and installed Python on its own, and then it made a script using Python and ran that Python script. I did not guide it, but it figured out and realized that using Python is the best way to do it, as an example. I think what Emo is saying is correct. So I agree there. I also think that using skills is more so to help you optimize your token usage. Because then the AI doesn't have to figure out how to do it. Because like an example, with my example, if I had told it how to use Python or to use Python, it would have gotten the answer quicker. Like it may have to do web searches or repeat the same mistake 3 or 4 times to use WSL versus if you make a skill, it ships this and you minimize context pollution. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, yes. Now I agree. Well, it might get confused with, say, a specific workflow is good in Python, but say it doesn't take into account, say, Electron is better for GIF images. Yeah, it might be the case. And when that happens, in my case, I would just guide it slightly. Like I would say, um, maybe use this or do that if I see it going down the wrong route. So I'm not saying that skills and MD files are worthless. I do think they serve a purpose, but I don't like the idea of people saying that they are absolutely necessary because I don't think they are. I think the AI can do whatever you want it to do without having a skill. It might just take longer to get there, but it can get there. Okay, so Sydney Thompson now has some family members. Ah, now it's working the way I want it to work. Add a wife and children for the attached person. Hey, Robert! Robert is making games in Sandbox or Sandbox from Steam. How is your game going, Robert? They are all delicate trade-offs. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think if you have an MD file that the AI has to read before it starts working, and that MD file is like 5,000 lines of code telling it a bunch of different stuff, at that point I think you are using it wrong, you know? I think if you use MD files with small bits of information for it, then that's good. But once you have a large file, I think at that point you just pollute the context. MD files I think are more necessary, but you guys should really look into Obsidian MCP. I think for very large projects, the agent needs some reference point. I actually watched a video on this, and it's very interesting. The way it works is, if I'm correct, you can correct me, Emu, but the way it works is you have a bunch of files, and then you have like one file that like explains where to find other files for certain things. So instead of the AI reading through all the files, it would basically go to one file, and then in that file, it would like have a list of things and where to find those things. So let's say it needs to find like, an example, how to use it, yeah, how to use a certain API, then instead of looking through all the files for that API, it just looks through one short file, finds the API file, go to that file, and instantly can read all of that. Is that correct, Imu? Yes, your empty file should instruct the agent how to fetch the relevant info from other sources. Yeah. Sweet, sweet. Yeah, I watched like 3 or 4 videos on it the other day. It looks very interesting. I could see a use case for that. Yeah. I think I have Obsidian installed actually. Yes, I do have it. I've not really used it yet though, but I do have it. Same for Z. I have Z installed for so long, but I've pretty much never used it. Yeah, it has some children. Okay, if I go here. Okay, Sydney Thompson. In the case of the attached person, I can already see this person's parents and brothers and sisters, and this person doesn't have any children. So therefore, I'm already seeing all of this person's immediate family, and therefore the button should not be green because I'm already seeing all of the people. Yes, so you install REST API server and MCP plugin. Then tell your Claude MD to persist all relevant information and context to Obsidian, and also search Obsidian for this info, and it is sick. Sick indeed. I just want to say again, thank you for everyone. The chat tonight is amazing, and the views are amazing. Again, this has been the best live stream we have had by far. So thank you everyone for watching and tuning in. Especially thank you to Emu for sponsoring us. I just made it public for you. Look at this. Hacking tools. Okay. I'm having a look now. Well, I'm trying to get there at least. Okay, there's lots to read. I will take a look. Looks interesting. Keep powering on. You are on day 40. Can't wait to see what you are up to on day 80. I'm also very excited. I think we are going to be building some very cool stuff and building it very quickly once we get Opus 4.8. Like right now, the AI models I'm using is also very slow. So I put in a prompt and then I wait and I wait and I wait. It's actually pretty fast tonight. Some nights it's very, very slow. Like I would do a prompt, like a very, very basic prompt, and like 5 minutes later I'm still waiting. Hey JMD, what is up? What did GitHub do? Ah, GitHub made the prices even more expensive. So Raptor Mini and GPT-5 Mini is now not free at all anymore. Like they just cost money straight off the bat. So yeah, that's unfortunate. I've also almost completely burned through the cursor usage. And also cursor currently is broken for some reason. You'll see I have cursor right here. Oh, I can't see it. I have cursor right here, cursor desktop, but it doesn't want to open for some reason. Actually, see, I get some errors here on the side. Oh, I missed it. So right now, cursor just doesn't want to open. It does actually open in my, like if I check my system monitor, it does actually open. I can see it as a background process, but it's not in the foreground. It has been like this since the latest update of Cursor. I clicked the update button and now this is the case. By the way, GitHub allows you to securely store your files or make pages load things. Yep. Yeah, GitHub Copilot is so expensive right now. It's difficult to recommend it, to be honest. I still really love GitHub Copilot. I'm a big fan of it, but to recommend it is difficult considering how expensive these models are currently. I think Microsoft or GitHub might need to roll back some of these prices because I see many people are like unsubscribing right now. Yes, the Copilot stuff is painful to watch as someone with Claude Max 5 times. This is why I started asking what you were paying and probing. Yeah. I can imagine everyone using Claude Max is having a laugh at people using GitHub Copilot. It's actually like a whole link here. Let me actually show that. There we go. I'll bring it up shortly. So the page, someone from GitHub made like a post to like explain what's going on, etc., regarding the changes. And look here, there's 2 upvotes, 337 downvotes, and there's so many people in here basically saying that they are unsubscribing, like that this is absolute bullshit. I no longer want to use this, yada yada yada. There's so much backlash here that I think GitHub might need to make it cheaper because they are going to lose so many customers and so much trust over this. I just can't see how they can continue like this. They either need to make the models cheaper, the usage, the token usage, or they need to make the prices cheaper. But I think they made it too expensive too quickly. That's my opinion. My Windows Defender deletes cursor randomly for some reason. That's crazy. Have you seen the open source projects that are using Chipol's, I don't know, AI for free to code? Oh, I think I did see it. I did see it, yes. I saw some videos on it. I've not watched the videos, but I've been seeing the videos pop up, like the thumbnails and the titles on this. No one in the industry in the UK using Copilot anymore. So in South Africa, Copilot is pretty popular. Many people use Copilot here. Although after these changes, I'm not so sure anymore. Because these changes are just horrible. Posting here so I can still subscribe to the chaos. Yeah, so many people here are saying that they basically burned through their entire usage for the entire month in one day. Some even in like 1 hour or 2 hours. Time to build our own PewDiePie AI hardware. Now, when you use Opus 4.8, 1 million context mode, it's lovely. I can imagine. You don't understand how well Claude Max and GPT Plus can do. In 4 days, I have used 13 million tokens. The truth is, Microsoft has realized that. Hold on. The truth is, Microsoft has realized that AI stuff is not ever going to be profitable for them, so they are now selling it all at cost. Whereas Codex and Claude Code, they can charge you $1, they incur $5. Yeah, I have access to their cyber verified program. They won't make it cheaper. They decided the Copilot never going to be profitable for them. It's an exit plan for them. Could be. It would be sad though. I do really like GitHub Copilot. But I must say I am very keen to try what else is on the market. They can't compete with Anthropic or OpenAI, yeah. Ah, interesting. Copilot is still big in ZA Enterprise, especially in .NET houses, because Enterprise doesn't trust all these new AI products with their IP, but they do already trust Microsoft. Yeah, exactly what he is saying. ZA is South Africa, by the way. I don't know why it's Z, but ZA is South Africa. Oh, it might come from the Dutch. Zuid Africa. I think that might be the reason for the Z. Let's have a look and see if it fixed some issues fast. Okay, it does look like it fixed some issues. Maybe we should change it. That if there is nothing to show the tree anymore, then we shouldn't even show the tree button, I think. It doesn't make sense to show it then. I want to change the attached buttons. I want the tree button to be on the far left side. So the order of the buttons should be tree, edit, add. I want to change the attached buttons. I want the tree button to be on the far left side. So hold on. I want to change the attached buttons. I want to change the order of the buttons. The order should be tree, edit, add. Tree, edit. And then for the tree, if there is nothing new to view for the tree, then let's rather not even show the tree button. Let's hide it. And then we also don't need to have the three buttons be green anymore. We can just show the buttons. So if a button is green, currently, make it non-green and show it. Otherwise, don't even show the button. From Dutch, yes. And SA is actually Saudi Arabia officially, I see. I should be saying this, but in a couple of months, if you need more Claude access, there is dark markets online for Claude access in China. I actually saw videos on that as well, where they are charging like super cheap for full Claude access. Correct, Zuid-Afrikaanse Republiek. I see. Yeah, the currency here is also called ZAR, ZAR. I need to show this quickly and just say thank you again, because this is crazy. This is the live stream so far. We have had more than 700 views on this live stream. We currently have 20 people watching it at the same time. That's absolutely crazy. This by far is the best live stream we've had. Usually on average, we are about 200, 300 views. And that's around 5 hours. We are currently only in 2 hours and already 700 views. So it's absolutely crazy. Thank you everyone who is here. I appreciate it. And at some point we had 32 people watching it at the same time. That's absolute nuts. Not really worth the trouble. Most are stolen and get revoked after a few days. Sketchy and easy to get scammed. How's the founder scene in South Africa? So we have some pretty big like founders here. I have a friend as well that actually found a company, and he now runs the company with his sister in California. And they are doing quite a lot of like revenue that they are doing. I think they also have like 20 employees now, which is crazy. There was also like a event just the other day for like entrepreneurs here, and there was quite a few people that were like building businesses, like solo entrepreneurs. Is it easy to get Valve to ship Steam Deck to South Africa? I know in Australia and New Zealand it is a huge pain. The pain is the same here as well. So Steam Deck is not officially available in South Africa. So the only way to get it here is to either buy it off the second-hand market or buy it from some stores. We do have some stores that sell it, but they are quite rare. Or you have to import it yourself. So it's not easy. I bought mine from a store here. They were actually super nice. I found the store online, and then I found the WhatsApp number. I WhatsApped them, and then via WhatsApp we basically came to a price, and then they actually sent the Steam Deck to me, like to my house. I never actually had to go in person or anything. It was super nice. 70K, that's crazy. So I paid 5,000 Rand for mine, which is much cheaper than this. But this was 3-4 years ago. Okay. I like the way it's currently working. I don't see many trees though, which is a bit worrisome. But I guess there just isn't any ones. Here's one tree. Let's add a random one as well. Um, let's do Leslie. Please add more family members for the attached person. I want the person's parents, brothers and sisters, as well as a previous husband with children with that husband to be added. It does the search work though. Let's look for Drew. Oh, that's nice. I like the way it did this. Drew. That's very nice. Maybe CCS knows more, but I don't know enough about this. But I think the thing is also that most things have moved online, so it doesn't really matter from where you are, like whether you are from South Africa or working in Bali, like it doesn't really matter. Okay, most people are still saying Genepedia. So I think this weekend, if it stays like this weekend we'll rebrand to Genepedia. I'll be right back. I'm wondering, maybe the video is performing so well because of the title. That's at the end of the end of the title. It might be that. Okay, I think I need to start planning on how to actually get this implemented straight into my actual website. I think we need to do a dark and light mode first. We also need to get the GEDCOM parser via standalone file. Please move all of the GEDCOM parsing and saving and that into a standalone GEDCOM.js file so that it can be reused by any website. Okay, let's do that as a follow-up prompt. I think at some point this weekend, we also need to try and see if we could possibly make a parser that not only works with the GEDCOM 5.5.5, but is also compatible with all the versions. And then we have to test if we can import these files and if that actually works. Maybe we should add an import right here. Yeah, let's do that. Can you please add a GEDCOM import button in the header, which allows you to load a different family tree? Okay, we'll send that as a follow-up prompt. Oh no, it broke the images again. Why? Why? Okay, never mind. Some of them are broken and some of them are not broken. Or am I just blind? No, they are still fine. Okay, never mind. I have no idea what I saw. This should be pink, actually, the select on a female. I think that would look better. Maybe. Here in FinTech, there's international specifications such as open banking APIs. can you make the blue selection border to be a bit larger? But also, if you are selecting it on a female, can it be pink as well? Or let's not do that just yet. Let's wait for the above prompts to finish. Parents. Parents and children. Can you add some more information about all of the people in the family tree? I would like to see information such as where they were born and where they passed away. And can you also add a few extra people into the family tree? Like, let's add 50 more people into it. Okay, so we are adding 50 people into it to hopefully test the performance out. Search this tree. Can you somewhere display how many people are currently in this family tree? I want to see how many people are in total in this family tree, as well as how many people are currently being shown on the screen. Dana Johnson. Dana Johnson. When I have someone selected and I zoom in and out or pan away, when I have someone selected, then a sidebar appears on the right hand side. But as soon as I pan away, then the sidebar disappears. The sidebar should stay showing as long as I have someone selected. Panning away or around should not deselect a person. I think that's what's happening. It's deselecting me. Yes. When I have someone selected, then a sidebar appears. But as soon as I pan away, then the person is deselected and I can no longer see the sidebar. We should detect the difference between a click and a pan. If we click, then it should deselect. But if we only pan, then it should not deselect the person. Okay, we're doing quite a few prompts here now. What would the job market look like in South Africa for a backend engineer with 10 years experience? If you're talking about this specific industry here, I'm not sure. But if you are a backend engineer with 10 years of experience, you should be able to find a job pretty easily. It does depend on the stack, like what stack you use, but I think the stack is becoming more and more less popular or less important thanks to AI. Because anyone can pick up any stack basically and with AI be productive. There's a site called OfferZen that actually takes salary surveys. It will give you a good idea of the landscape. Well, the thing is, if you work remotely for an overseas company from South Africa, then you'll be earning a lot more money than most people here. So you can actually live a very, very comfortable life here if you work for an overseas company remotely. Like you'll live a very nice life. It does depend on a bunch of factors, but 10 years of experience, you could potentially earn 95k. You'll need to convert to your currency, but it's lower than international. Yeah. I think for a senior developer in South Africa, if you have about 10 years of experience, you could earn anything between, like, let's say, 70,000 Rand and 120%, 120,000 Rand, depending on the industry and the company. And the city as well, depending on whether you work remote or on site. We can do this as well. South Africa average senior developer salary. Yeah, so here's some rough numbers. That doesn't really tell us what. Or average salary in USD. So there's a number for you. Oh, you need pounds, right? In pounds. That doesn't give me an answer. Where's the answer? In UK pounds. Yeah, if you do that, you'll live very nicely in South Africa. Sean, have you looked at OfferZen's State of the Nation surveys? I have not. Yeah, this is ideal. I have some Eastern European co-workers that are living a luxury life. Okay, offers then state of nation surveys. Let's have a look at that. But I've never heard about it. Offers then state of nation surveys. Surveys. Okay. So offers then state of nation surveys provide valuable insights into the tech talent landscape in South Africa. The latest surveys, including the 2025 State of the Developer Nation Survey and the 2026 Salary and Benefits Report, offer data on salaries, benefits, hiring, and career progression benchmarks for developers in the country. Okay, these surveys are based on responses from 2,200 developers. So it's not that many developers. So I'm guessing we have a lot more than that developers here. What is very nicely detached 3-bed house? Like a detached mansion, basically. Like if you work on a UK salary, you could like live very very nice here. Like you could have a mansion if you wanted to. So to give you an example, well, it depends on where you live, but if you work remotely, you can live anywhere. So you could rent a 4 5, let's say a 5-bedroom detached house for 12,000 rand per month, and that in pounds is this much. Yeah, so for 500, 600 pounds, you could be renting a 5-bedroom house, as an example. But it depends where. So if you were to choose Cape Town, you'll pay a lot more because you pay to be close to the ocean. But the further you go inland, it gets cheaper. Yeah, you won't get a mansion in Cape Town, uh, even closely to this price. But if we go a bit more inwards towards South Africa, you could get like a 5-bedroom place for this much. Yeah, but that's Cape Town prices. You're paying to live in Cape Town. Like if you go to the Free State as an example, you could like get a 5 6 bedroom house for around this much. And there's not like bad places. It's like pretty okay. You could even get like a swimming pool and all that. It is so weird. Here I am on video called to CTO in London, and his house is the kind of house where a supermarket worker would live in the 1930s. Yeah, the thing is, the cost of living is a lot cheaper in South Africa than in the UK. So, like I was saying earlier, if you were to earn a UK salary, you'll live very nicely in South Africa. The area, so this specific house that I was referring to, that I showed, that area is, well, technically no area in South Africa is safe. It's going to be dangerous pretty much everywhere. There are areas that are safer than other areas, but um, the safer you want, the more you'll pay, unfortunately. But overall, it's not that dangerous. Like if you just, there are many safe areas that are also cheap. But overall, the entire country is a lot more dangerous than the UK, as an example. Like the some of the safest areas in South Africa is probably around the same as UK's worst areas. But CCS might know better. I don't know Cape Town that well. Are you guys just not, I don't know what that is, super desensitized? I think we are, because we grew up here. So on like the World Safety Index, it's very dangerous here. But for us, it's normal. Like it doesn't feel that dangerous just because we are used to it. You want to bump your CPM? Talk about life as SA developer. Well, the thing is, I have always worked remote. So for me, I don't have too much like knowledge in terms of how life is as a normal SA developer, because I just sit in my room every day working on the computer, you know. So for me, it's a bit different. There's safe and unsafe areas, but if you have a gated complex, it's usually safe where you live. Yeah. I can tell you a story. Uh, I have luckily only been stabbed twice. Uh, once in high school around 2013, I think. I was walking from my ex-girlfriend's house back to my house around, I think, 2 o'clock in the morning or something. And then I saw a guy was following me from behind, like the whole way. And then, like just in front of my house, he finally grabbed me from behind, and then he had a knife, and then he started stabbing me, like on my arms and stuff, on my hands to try and steal my phone. And then I obviously let go of the phone because he was stabbing me, and then he ran away. And luckily, an old lady drove past, and so I got into the car with the old lady, and we actually drove to like try and get my phone back. And eventually, we cornered the guy with the car, and the old lady screamed to the guy, "We called the cops!" And then the guy said sorry. He gave my phone back, and he also saw that I had a chocolate in my pocket, and so he said sorry, and he asked me if he can have some chocolate. So we just said no, and we left. And that's the one story. And the other story is, I wasn't it, so the other story, I wasn't physically stabbed by the person, but there was sharp objects on the ground. A typical ZA response. Only been stabbed twice. Yeah. So the other story was in primary school. This was around 2010 or 11, I think, around there. Uh, And what happened was I was walking from school to home, and then or was I walking? Mm, I I might have been walking towards school, or I don't remember exactly, to be honest. Or maybe I went to the shop. I don't remember, but but I was walking somewhere. So in front of my house there was like an empty field, and usually most people walk through the field to get to the main road, and then you ran over the main road to get to like the shopping area. And so I was going through the field, and then some guys like stopped me there, and they like asked me for stuff, and I basically told them that I got nothing, and then they pushed me to the ground, and I fell on a computer motherboard, and so the motherboard like stabbed into my arms here, and I have some marks here. I have marks on both arms. I don't remember which arm it was, because the one arm I have marks from skateboarding, and the other one from the motherboard. I don't remember. I think it was this one actually, because I see the marks here are like vertical. So I think this one was the motherboard. So I like fell on a motherboard, and it like stabbed me open here. So that's two stories that I have from South Africa. And the area in which I stayed for both those times are not like super unsafe areas. Like it's fairly safe areas for South African like standards. Yet that still happened. Actually, another story in that same area where I got pushed down in the field. Fast forward to 2017. I was lying in bed and then I heard gunshots, pa 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 pa, and so I went out and my neighbor came running from his house and he fell down in front of me and then he was just dead. And so the people broke into his. Oh, actually, my neighbor's name was also Sean. He was also a programmer. In any case, so they broke into his house and stole his laptop and phone and stuff. And then I'm guessing he tried to get it back. He was living in like a student house, and so uh, most of the students were away partying, but he stayed behind to study for something. And then they broke in while he was alone there, and they basically shot him in the stomach. The bullet went in somewhere. Can't actually show you guys, but if I remember correctly, the bullet went in somewhere around here and then came out here, something like that. And then yeah, so he passed away like right there. And then luckily, the guy was living on the corner there was a paramedic, and like 5 minutes after my neighbor fell down, he actually like reversed out of his. So I was actually on the phone with the police trying to get them there. They took about 2 hours to actually get there, the police. But in any case, luckily the paramedic he was like driving out of his driveway, and so he actually drove past, and then he basically stopped. He confirmed the guy was passed away, but it was obvious. And then he called someone and he left. And yeah, that was the other story. They're safe. Yes, but you guys so chill about this and nonchalant, but is mind fucked to Western, yeah. You have zero prospect of moving to EU or US. I wouldn't say zero prospect, but I don't think it's that easy to just like pack up your stuff and move, you know? You have to have a company that like sponsors you. I've been robbed a couple of times but gave up the goose because the guy had a long knife or machete. Yeah, it can be rough. Biggest thing is to remain vigilant. The thing is about me, when that guy stole my phone is I couldn't let him steal my phone. I had to go after him because I did not have any other phone and I had no money to buy a new phone. So I basically had to get my phone back. Like there was no other way. And so luckily the old lady drove fast and she could help me get my phone back. People in Joburg would respond with, I've only been carjacked a few times, no biggie. Can you guys own guns? Yes, we can. Yep, Emu, we have to look past it and go to work. Man, I'm so sorry about your friend. Thank you. We can own guns. The government doesn't make it easy with regulations. We can own guns, but they are actively working on taking that right away. That right away currently. People would be interested in these stories. Is like Lifetime Channel. Lifetime Channel. Yeah, I'm sure it's quite interesting stories for many people. Maybe someday I'll make dedicated videos on it. Yo, this AI is taking long. Still busy. I don't think I have any other stories like that, at least. I do have one story. I have a friend that we drove to a shop and we parked the car like in front of the shop with the security guard like right there. And so we went into the shop. We came back and then his car door was like broken. So someone has actually broken into his car while we were away, just like a small bit. Even though the security guard was like right there, somehow someone still broke into the car in that short time. This was in Joburg, by the way. So yeah, people would be interested. I've been lucky and have avoided most of these issues. I haven't been stabbed, luckily. So the stabs I got was not that bad. He just like I would say like the worst stab was probably like 1 centimeter, and that was on one of my arms. So he was just like lightly stabbing me the whole time to try and get me to let go of the phone. So it wasn't that bad. Oh, I'm showing it like I'm showing it like this, but it was actually just one hand. Was it two? No, just one guy. This Saturday, a bill is going to get moving to move us to digital only ID, which is stored on your phone, and via that they can monitor your social media comments. So crazy to me. I think in Europe we are taking a look closer to South Africa and viewing things in a different light with the migration crisis. I don't think it is as bad as some people make it out to be, though. But I think it's like CZS also said, it depends on the area. And especially if you earn more money, you can live in better areas. So you won't have that big of an issue. Now, nothing is stopping someone from entering that area and doing things. Even if it is a gated area, like people could still get into it. But the chances is less. It is then safer. Just a little banter. Stab, dude. You guys live in a different world. Let's have some stats here. I'm curious. How many people are murdered every day in South Africa? So 63 people on average are murdered every day in South Africa. Let that sink in. That's crazy. Murder rate drops, but South Africa still records 63 daily murders. So it was even worse, is what this article is saying. It has actually come down to 63. Shocking stats. 70 murders daily reveal. 25,000 plus people are murdered in South Africa annually. I know some people that are now refugees in the US. I'm probably going to get dual citizenship in New Zealand if I can. This is what I deeply disagree, that you guys don't get citizenship by heritage. So if your parents or grandparents were from somewhere overseas, then you can actually get this. But if it goes further back, then you can't. Some colonial project by Dutch or English, and they here want to hear nothing when it goes to shit. Yeah. But you must also keep in mind that even though many of our people like came from Netherlands and like Dutch descendants, um, us South Africans have formed our own culture over the years. So even though many of us like come from Dutch, we are much different, like culture wise. Over the years, we have built our own culture. I mean, we even built our own language. Like we don't use Dutch anymore; we use Afrikaans. And now it is still similar to Dutch, but it is still different. Yo, I think this AI has been busy for almost an hour, and we are still just waiting for it to finish. just doing some basic things and it's just taking forever. I think we have more in common with Americans than Europeans. Yeah, I think so too. I think most South African white people are descendants from Europeans, but like he says, we have more in common with Americans just due to our culture and the way we live here. It's getting rough in the UK now, Imu. That guy that got stabbed 5 times, but he got arrested because he called the Muslim something racist. He bled out in custody. So yeah, the UK is getting rough with. Tell me more. This is interesting for us Europeans. Maybe while this AI is busy going, maybe we should not waste time and we should actually continue working on some other pages. Because we can actually work on multiple pages at the same time. I think that might be a good idea. Let's have a look here. Nelson Mandela. So this page is where the actual family tree will go. So they can view the profile or they can switch to the family tree tab. And what we are busy building here, this part here, will eventually go in here. That's the plan at least. Yes, our culture has been evolving part from Dutch culture since 1652. Sean, this is your channel. Say chicken and we will shut up. No, no, no. Carry on. Feel free to chat about whatever you want to chat about. As long as you don't directly offend anyone, then I think it's fine. But this seems like a civil conversation here, so it's all good. As long as I'm slowly making progress on my projects, I'm happy. And you're learning some stuff, so view all. I think we should make a view all page because this one is quite easy to do. So it's like low hanging fruit. I think let's do that. I'll use GPT-5 Mini. Please can you make a view all notifications page and link it to the attached element. When you click on that, it should show you a list of all your active notifications. Okay, so basically the equivalent of comparing UK culture to US culture timeline-wise, of which there is commonality but of course major divergence, and Shaw immediately goes to Mandela the terrorist. Well, I mean, partly, if it wasn't for him, South Africa would still have been in apartheid. Sean, what is your experience as a remote dev in South Africa? How is sourcing work? Um, so luckily for me, I have always gotten all of my jobs from word of mouth. Uh, Fortunately, I have not really ever had a need to like desperately look for a job, which is very good. Um, but I think it is quite difficult to find a job, especially if you lack experience. I'm very fortunate to have always been able to find a job from word of mouth. So my experience might be different than other people in that sense. There have been times when I have looked for a job, but it was never a case of that I had to or something. And every time the job that I got, it was because of word of mouth. My second programming job that I got was actually my second and third programming job. Both those ones were jobs that I actually looked for. Um, I was still in high school. I think I just entered high school. I was grade 8 or 9 or something. And what I did was I emailed every single company in my city that did any kind of development work. And I basically asked every one of them for a job. And then two of them replied. No, three of them replied. And the one gave me a job immediately. So I could start working for them after school and weekends. And so I took that job. And then the other two told me that I should contact them again once I finish high school. And so when I finished high school, I contacted both of them again. The one company then never replied to me; they ghosted me. But the second company, when I contacted them after school, they actually offered me a job. So the day I wrote my last grade 12 exam, that same day I started working at that new company. And yeah, the rest is history. Luckily, I've never had a need to look for jobs. It's always been someone found me or recommended me. My friend from the Free State tells me the best beef and biltong is there. There's definitely good beef and biltong. I don't know whether it's the best, but there are definitely good ones. I try to mentor people when I have time. I tried getting a new developer a job, but without experience, it can be tough. Yeah. So Ian here, he is actually looking for a job. He is also a developer. So if anyone here wants a developer, Ian is your guy. He has made some cool development stuff. He's also a vibe coder though, so he knows AI. He does HTML, CSS, JavaScript. He can do PHP. He can do React. He has done some Delphi as well. Ain't that right, Ian? But yeah, he's also not finding a job. The old National Party gave up apartheid due to international pressure. Do you work primarily for EU or US companies? For South African companies. I have done some stuff for overseas companies. I did something for an Australian company at one point. I've done something for a Belgium company. Probably a few others as well, but I don't exactly remember right now. Oh, I did something for a Germany company. Um, but mostly it is South African companies. I emailed every company in the area. Them Elon Musk genes kicking in. So the thing is, I was still in school and I didn't really have experience, but I knew that I had the skills to do something. And so I figured that if I just email every company, surely one of them would give me a job. And luckily, one of them did. That is true, Mr. Sean. Thanks for the shout. Of course, man, of course. Ian has showed me many of his stuff, so I can vouch he knows how to code or knows how to build websites. Let's say that. I don't necessarily know about games and apps and all that, but I think apps as well because you can easily take a website and convert it to an app, like what I've done. Have you heard of companies like I don't know this company, but I have heard of LexisNexis. Don't know about Ian though. Okay, notifications. All your active notifications are listed below. I don't like this. A new message from Alice. I don't like this UI for the notifications. Let me see how the competitors are looking. I don't like this currently. Oh, I think we should have like a tab system because we have different types. So maybe we should have tabs at the top. Then they can choose between the different tabs. That might be an idea. Let's do that. The notifications page needs to have the full page toolbar component, and then below it, let's just say that. Let's start there. Unfortunately, I am not in position to hire, but maybe in a year or so with my social network. So how far is your social network from being finished? Like, what is your plan actually there? I haven't, no, but I'll look it up, thanks. Might be worth a shot. I think they are hiring. It does usually depend on qualifications and experience. So Ian is also a self-taught developer. I'm also self-taught myself as well. So neither him or myself have any qualifications. I think Ian has about a year or so of experience. Or what, Ian? I think this is also a great example of how we are going to be building a great community in the future. Sure, the community is quite small right now, but eventually we might get to a place where we might have, instead of 9 people watching the stream, there might be 100 people, and everyone's chatting, and it's a great way to like build up connections. So I'm also quite excited about that, just by seeing the chat grow and people in the chat helping each other and supporting each other. Okay, for rest, let me go look it up. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let me type it. FORESTLYNK.com. It's about 3 to 4 months away. I need to talk to investors. The feed is a forest, not a river. Yo, it's laggy. It's extremely laggy, but it might just be my poor performance on the computer, or it's very laggy. I don't know if it's your website or if it's my Steam Deck, but the website is very laggy. Replies branch instead of stacking. Communities form around what you're curious about. Coming autumn 2026. Remember something about this is you are assuming that the whole world is in the northern hemisphere. So your autumn is different than my autumn. Keep that in mind. Because when you have autumn, we don't have autumn. As example, it's currently winter here. Or winter is now starting. So you can see I have 2 jackets on because it's quite cold. Whereas by you it's currently summer. Correct, Mr. Sean, about a year and 6 months. I never see this on my MacBook Pro. Go to dev blog. So this one is not laggy. This page feels smooth. So it's something specifically on the home page that's laggy. Because this one feels fine. So if I go back to the home page, yeah, it's laggy again. It's super laggy. It's something specifically on this page. Probably these animations you got going here. America never has autumn. Okay, notifications, edit page, language, download. Okay. I think we need a new page type here. For the notifications page, we need a new page type for, I think. Hold on. For the notifications page, I think we need a new variant. I want the tabs to be messages, mentions, matches, and edit requests. So the thing is, my CPU is pretty much almost always running close to 100% when I'm live streaming. So that might be why it's struggling. Alright, let me go to sleep, else I will struggle to wake up tomorrow. Sweet, good night. Thank you for joining. I think I'm also going to end the stream pretty soon. Yeah, freedom and shit, brother. Night, everybody. Good nights, Cesius. Ibu, tomorrow I'm gonna check when I can possibly get the GitHub sponsor stuff, and then I'll make a plan to get taught code. That's roughly my plan right now. Either tomorrow or the day after. I might be busy tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure because I have some stuff I have to finish. Say need to be up at 7. Good night, everyone, and thanks Ibu for sponsoring the Musky Boy here. Thanks indeed. They're all gonna leave you, Imu. You're gonna be the only person in chat. We have 11 people watching, but not 11 people chatting. Good night, Ian. Ian, I have to be awake before 7, and I'm still gonna be here. What do you mean? I'm waking up between 6 and 7. 6, 7. Yes, man, take your time and make sure the money cleared your account. Yeah. I'm very excited though to get it. I'm so excited. I'm even considering to ask my wife if we could use the credit card because I know the money is coming from GitHub eventually, but we'll see. I'm busy too. I won't be on your stream tomorrow. Maybe Sunday. No problem. So weekends normally I stream a bit more, and normally weekends I would stream in a day as well. So like as an example, this past weekend I streamed. I think Friday, Saturday, and Sunday I streamed like through the entire day, not just at night. I don't think it'll happen today, but I mean this weekend. But we'll see. What time zone South Africa? It's the same as you. Well, not exactly, but it's basically the same. So we are +2. So you'll see bottom right. It's currently 1 o'clock. So we are +2. So I'm guessing by you should be like an hour or two behind. Right, Emu? Roughly. No, don't ask your wife. That I don't want you to get in trouble. Nah, there won't be any trouble. My wife is very supportive. My wife is the one who got me that poster put in the background because she knows I like Halo. So Halo is a video game. So she's the one who got me the poster, which is pretty cool. I don't really play games that much anymore, or even Halo for that matter. I have not really played Halo in a long time, but I still love like the franchise. I love the franchise. I love the lore. I love the speedrunning community. I like the competitive scene. So overall, I still like the franchise, even though I don't play it. Oh, plus one in summer. Yeah. Monday's perfect. Any day is perfect. Ah, the AI finally finished. That was longer than an hour, I think. Let's have a look. These icons are still not centered. I can't believe it's struggling so much just to center some icons. Okay, people, 107 total, 41 on screen. Ah, here we have Leslie. Ah, very cool. Okay. Man, take your time and do your research. Maybe you decide you prefer Gemini to Claude, etc. Just spend the money on something better than Copilot because I use these tools heavily day to day and I can tell you the Copilot not good. Okay. Well, if you are saying I can use whatever, then I'll definitely do some research first. I am currently leaning towards Claude.pas because I do like the model. But I'll do some research. I don't think it's going to be Gemini though, but I will definitely do some research then. I'll spend the weekend doing some research and deciding. And again, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think we have a bug here because Jamie Johnson clearly has parents, right? If I go to the tree of Leslie, and Leslie is the husband of Jamie, then suddenly David Davis. Wait a minute, this person changed. Why did the person change? Hold on. Something is not. Yeah, look here. Jamie Johnson. Wait a minute. If I check the family tree, then I see Jamie Johnson with Leslie Nguyen as his wife. I then click on the tree for Leslie Nguyen. And then suddenly her husband. Oh, maybe she has multiple husbands. That could be it. No, but she doesn't. Then suddenly her husband changes to David Davis instead of Jamie Johnson. What's going on? Please look into it and fix it. Micro slop. No worries, make your decision off stream. I won't be online over the weekend, most likely busy on Forest Link. Sounds good. Just sub to say this, +1 Claude Code, Copilot is really bad. Everyone is hating on Copilot, but I have built some really cool stuff using Copilot. Just so you guys know. But yeah, I know Claude Code is very good, and also thank you for the sub. Yeah, I'm not saying Claude Code is bad. I'm a big fan of Claude Code, as well as Codex. Even though I don't use them, I know they are very good. The thing is just, so I got GitHub Copilot the day it came out as a technical preview. That same day I got it, I actually got it for free. Like GitHub just gave it to me for free. And so I had it for free for a few months, I think about a year. And then I had to pay for it. And in that year, I really liked it, so I bought it. And I bought, and I've been keep paying it since then. And then earlier this year, with the whole vibe coding thing, just before we started the videos, I bought an annual subscription for the GitHub Copilot Pro version, and then quickly we realized that that's not good enough, and so then we upgraded to the Pro Plus, and now thanks to the new changes of GitHub, now it's also not worth it anymore. So yeah, I don't think Copilot itself is bad because we are just using the normal GPT models as well as the Opus and Claude models. So it's not that bad. Like I get access to all of these models. The issue for me is the price. It's just way too expensive. The price is the main issue for me. You made some cool stuff in spite of Copilot. I guess so. I'm very excited to see how much and what cool stuff we can make once I get access to Opus 4.8. I know I have access to it through this, but I mean like full access. Like I say unrestricted, but just way more usage. I think I could do so much then. Oh no, very understandable to stay on the Copilot subscription then. Yeah. But we are exploring alternatives now, so I think pretty soon we'll have something else. I don't know what yet. And I'll most likely still keep Copilot. Like I won't be canceling it. But I think we will have a second one to go with. We also have some of the open code stuff in here that we tried out. They are not very good. They're actually very bad. But it was quite cheap at least. It was $5 for this. To have it for a few days. The field is moving so quickly. Being on tech 6 months late is huge difference. Yeah. Definitely. And like I said earlier, that's also why I'm doing these videos, because I feel like I am behind on AI. I want to catch up on AI. I want to learn AI better. I want to use AI more. There's still so much to learn. Like I feel very behind, you know. You have an obligation to use Grok. I have tried Grok. It's not good. For AI, it's not good. So GitHub Copilot used to have Grok. I think they took it away now, but it used to have it in the past. And I did try it, but it was really bad. Yeah, unfortunately. It's definitely not a good model for coding. At least it wasn't back then. I don't know how it is today. It might be better today. Alphabet for Sean, he spent the whole stream being shit on for using Copilot despite building cool stuff. And also I love the concept of building something on Steam Deck, lightweight hardware. Yeah. Well, don't feel bad. There's nothing to feel bad about. Because I think Copilot is in a bad state because of how GitHub changed the prices. And I am the one that decided to use it, so. But yeah, I do personally think I built some cool stuff using it. I built some cool stuff in it. Like, we even made some money already. So we published the calculator on Steam about a week ago. And I think we have like 7 sales already on the calculator. So we've even made some money with stuff we've built from Copilot using GPT-5 Mini. Sure, it's not a lot of money, but it is something. And we are also very close to releasing the QR code generator. It's also almost finished. I'm actually gonna try and finish it this weekend. As I finish, not fully finish, but finish version 1. Finish the MVP. That's the plan for the weekend. I think Genepedia, or what's it? Is it going to be Genepedia? Yeah, looks like I'm going to have to change it to Genepedia. Okay, we'll do so. So this website, Genepedia, is something that's going to take a long time to finish. And not just that, it's going to take a long time to actually generate revenue because you need to first get the users. And therefore, I can't be charging money for it upfront because I need the users to use it, to submit and contribute towards it. Otherwise, it won't be useful. Used Claude Design. My sire might be laggy, but it looks sick. I use Claude Design a lot. I'll definitely give it a go. It does look nice. I'm going to tell it here. Oh, it's finished. It's finished. Reproduce the issue, then retest it. After clicking Leslie's 3 button, Jamie stays visible and David no longer replaces him. So what was causing it? Okay, I've reproduced the issue. Leslie has two partner unions, Jamie and David, and our layout currently picks the first one it finds. When rerouting, which is why David replaces Jamie. Next, I'll change the union picking logic to prefer the most recent union. I see. Okay, so she has two husbands. That's why it's like that. Interesting. Leslie. ah, if someone has more than one partner, then we should show both partners for Leslie, not just one partner. Sean is only using Copilot as a challenge to show off what his superior genes can do with Microsoft AI. If only that was the case. But I chose AI. I chose Copilot because at that time it was technically the only solution, and I have been liking it so far up until now. If GitHub did not change the prices, I would still have been using it probably forever. Unless they stop improving it, obviously. But overall, I've been very happy. Sure, I can one shot a prompt like Emu. Like one of his prompts might take me, let's say, 10 prompts. So it does take me longer, but I can still achieve the same with enough effort. Luckily, Sean's genes breaking down at understanding non-nuclear family dynamics. Me and Elon Musk are not closely related. Like it's not like he's my cousin. It's more like he's my third or fourth cousin. I don't even exactly remember, but it's not like super close. If I remember correctly, I'm most likely going to be wrong, but it's something like we share the same great grandfather or something like that. I don't exactly remember, but something like that. Got it, right. Now the layout intentionally picks a single active union per person, which hides additional spouses. I'm going to inspect the current layout engine and update it so a person with multiple partner unions render all partner nodes and their child groups, instead of arbitrarily choosing one. Sweet, that's exactly what we need and want. Explain a lot since Elon Musk is the antithesis of nuclear family. Five great five great fathers from the 1800s, if I remember correctly. I don't know, but I guess I could go check. Give me 1 second. Actually, no, I have to go to the bathroom. I've been holding it in for a long time. I'll be right back. What's up? Exactly, Emu, that guy can breathe. I suppose he ensures that at least one of his kids will complete the Mars project. It's for humanity. It's for a good cause, yes. There's one guy, I think in Sweden, that has like hundreds of children. I gotta show that actually. Hold on. Sperm donor Sweden with hundreds of children. Uh, there's someone who like illegally donated a serial sperm donor who became the father of 550 children has been sued amid allegations that his profile donations increase the risk of accidental incest. Sweden and Belgium are advocating. But what's the guy's name? This guy is this guy. This guy right here. Prolific sperm donor with over 500 children must pay $110,000. Yes, so this guy, uh, like illegally, under various like personas and names, donated so much sperm that he has fathered over 500 children. And there was one case where he fathered so many children from the same town that um, like a certain percentage of children from the same school, it was like 10% of children from the same school were all related due to this guy. Europe used to not data share donation information across country. So the way this guy was found out was, I don't know exactly where this guy is. He might not be in Sweden. I don't actually remember right now, but it's definitely this guy. But basically, he did this illegally. Oh, there's a Netflix documentary for this guy? What? I need to watch that. So I just read about this guy. Sure, we need to know how you are related to the Musk father. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. I'll pull it up. But you're gonna have to give me a second. I'm busy looking for it. Okay, while the page is loading here, I'm gonna be right back again. Yeah, it's gonna take me some time to find it. Or maybe not. I think I found it. Yes, yes, he is in a Netflix documentary. He went beyond Europe, mate. Crazy. Okay. think I'm close to finding it. My ancestry is neither Dutch nor English. Mine is Lithuanian. My family was Lithuanian Jews. Of course, Toy found it in record time. Yeah, so it's not very close. Elon is my fifth cousin. So, like I said, it's not super closely related. Yes, exactly. So my family, they flee from Lithuania to Rhodesia, which is today known as Zimbabwe, and then from there they went to South Africa. Uh, I read the history and and the specific town in which my family lived. Pretty much every single Jew was like killed there shortly after they left. So they actually made it out just in time. Okay, got it. Right now, the layout intentionally picks a single active union per person, which hides additional spouses. I'm going to inspect the current layout engine and update it so a person with multiple partner unions render all partner nodes and their child groups instead of yes, yes, yes. I heard the pogroms in Eastern Europe were awful. I don't even know what that is. Let me go look it up. Uh, A pogrom is a violent riot or attack often condoned or tolerated by authorities targeting an ethnic or religious minority, historically most often Jews. Okay. In Eastern Europe. Dude, you have an interesting life story. You need to capitalize on it more, but I get it. You might feel cringe. Yeah. But I think at some point it will make good content, you know? Okay. So, Kurshai? Pursha? Lithuania. Pursha. Corners. I'm trying to find the specific town in which they lived. It's something like Pursha or something. Pursha. Cheers, Ian. Good night. So today it is a town, but back then it was a farm on which my family lived in Lithuania. Pursha. No, I'm trying to find the actual name now. I think I can find it shortly. I got the vibe Jews were taught all about this from a very early age. So not me. So I I'm technically a Jew by like uh genealogy terms, mother, children, etc. But I'm not a Jew, and I don't. Yeah, neither myself nor my mother is a Jew. Like we don't consider ourselves Jews, even though we technically are by like blood. But my mother, cheers, Ian. Cheerio, mates. Hope you sleep well. But my mother, she said that her grandfather always used to tell her all the stories of what happened, and he was a very proud Jew. He was a rabbi, and yeah, that's basically what she said. So he always proudly spoke of his heritage and where he comes from and all that. Ah, this is I found it. Kushan. Kusana, yes, this is it. So this is where they lived, in this town. Now back then it wasn't a town, back then this was just a farm. And there was quite a few Jews there. I don't know how many. Uh, but shortly after my family left there, pretty much everyone there was killed. But even today, that this is considered a small town. It would be quite interesting to go there someday, I think. Say cheerio again to tell me to shut up, but how you thinking about this Israel-Palestine stuff? Uh, I am not following the news exactly, so I don't know exactly what's going on. But what I can say is that I think it's wrong to kill innocent people. That's my opinion. Now, I don't really follow politics or news, so I don't really know what's going on in the world. I kind of live in my own bubble. I follow tech news and gaming news and all that, but like politics and that I don't really follow, so I never know what's going on. Um, like there were many times where I did not even know who is my president, like my country's president. Sometimes I don't even know who it is because I just don't follow it, you know. Uh, and back in 2016, when I voted, I was sort of forced to like vote for the president and for like the party. Um, so because I was forced to vote, like I didn't research any party or anything. I basically arrived at the voting booth and I picked a random party. Like I didn't care because I don't follow it, so I just picked a random party. So I don't even know who I voted for, as an example. Okay, it says it's finished. Let's go take a look if it's working. So we got to find Leslie. Ah, there we go. So now we can see the tree for Leslie. And we can see Leslie's both her Her husbands, parents, siblings, partners. Ah, this is cool. This is exactly what we need. Okay. Let's. How do we want to do this? Oh, we should have a profile button to view the profile. What about you? What is your opinion on this? So yeah, my overall opinion is that killing innocent people is not right, regardless of whether it's directly killing people or indirectly through like targeting someone else and then killing them by accident. It's still wrong. I don't believe in war. You know, you are living in 2040, right on. Are you set on one of those two site names? I'm not set on them. I'm open to any name. As I get, it's going to be a wiki, but I would aim to have a more unique name. Just spitballing, but Gene Vault, Roselt Gene, I play on your name. So yeah, I'm not set on any name. It's not just a wiki; it's also a family tree website. So the way it works is, here's one example. So we have Nelson Mandela here. This is basically his profile page. So you can read about them. You can see who his family is. So like who is his father and mother, his wives, his children, and then you can also click on tree to basically go view his tree. Now the tree has not been implemented yet. I'm busy implementing the tree right now. So I'm busy playing around here and basically figuring it out, seeing what works. But the idea is to implement this tree basically on this page. And then you'll also have a page to basically post media, so images and videos. And then it's going to be like a talk page where people can like post comments and possibly tell stories and all that. And then changes would just be a history of changes on this file or on this profile. So that's essentially how it works. And yeah, I'm not sold on any specific name just yet. I'm open to any name. So you are saying Roselt Gene is what I should make it. Roselt Gene. Or Gene Vault. I don't like Gene Vault that much. I think there is some organized effort that is quite dark from a subsect of Jews to manufacture these conflicts, and I find the way Israel acts towards Palestine very dangerous. Gene 3, the family branch. So this thing is bugging out. Hello? It's pretty split down in the middle, to be honest. But it looks like Genepedia has mostly been in the lead. But if I am honest, I have a full time and don't have time to heavily research this. Yeah, it's the same for me. I just don't have time to follow like all this news. The bit of news that I find is like by accident on YouTube. When I like open YouTube and I see some titles and thumbnails and that's basically where I get my news from. I would say like 90% of my news is simply from my YouTube home feed. Like stuff that pops up. But I don't go searching for any news or stuff like that. I just don't have time, you know. Okay, so I do like the way it did this. Okay. I think it can be improved still though. Genepedia, if I had to choose out of those two. So I don't like. So there are many names that I do like. Like Gene 3 could work. But the thing is, I don't want to choose a name that sounds too common. Because it might be taken already or it might be too saturated. So that's why I came across these two. Now there is still stuff online about these two, but I think it's not too saturated. I think I can probably compete and outrank them in terms of SEO. If you were the UK, you would be more stressed about this. There's a lots of anti-Semitic attacks here. Crazy times. So my older brother, he actually lives in the UK. He lives in London. He works for Bloomberg there as a senior developer, and his wife is actually a police officer there. So she patrols the streets and all that. And he says they actually broke into his car twice already there as well. So even in the UK, you also get like break-ins and stuff. Now it's obviously less common compared to South Africa, but even him living in London, he has had people break into his car twice, as an example. But he says that overall it's much safer there because people there don't really carry weapons like guns. Whereas in South Africa, like people have guns here, so it's more dangerous because they can just pull out the gun and instantly kill you, you know. But in the UK where he lives, people usually have stuff like screwdrivers or bats and stuff, so it's less dangerous because a guy can't just instantly kill you. That's what he says, at least. I'm Manchester. I think Emu is also Manchester, right? Emu? UK at the moment going through a George Floyd thing. These are quite scary. I see, I see. If I am viewing a certain person, then I want that person's parents, the blocks for that person's parents should be roughly above him. I want to see it visible. I have not heard about Henry Novak. I shall look it up though. Henry Novak. What happened to Henry Novak and why are people protesting? Murder of Henry Novak. I think I saw videos about this on my YouTube home feed, but I haven't watched it yet. Maybe I'll watch it this weekend and see. Well, I'm not a Manchester, I'm Skipton, but people overseas have hardly heard of this place. Yeah, never heard of it. A white guy was stabbed and handcuffed because the guy who stabbed him claimed he was racist, attacked, and Henry died from blood loss. That's crazy. So things like that, in my opinion, should never happen. Like I'm very much against that. Like in my opinion, if that guy is hurt, regardless if he is even in the wrong, like let's say tables were turned, right? And the guy who stabbed someone else got injured. So even though he is the offending party, if he is injured, he should be taken care of, in my opinion. I also don't believe in like the death penalty. I think that's wrong. I think if you sentence someone to death, then you are just as bad as him because sure that guy killed someone by murdering a person, but I don't like this saying in like an eye for an eye. So just because he killed someone, I don't think we should be sentencing him to death because then we are just as bad because we are also killing him by sending him to death. That's my opinion. And the thing is also like pe- people change. Not always, but people can change. So as example, I might murder someone right now, but 20 years in jail might change me completely as a person. And if I exit jail in 20 years, I might be a completely different person than the person I was 20 years back. As an example, I think, in my opinion, we should give people chances to change because some people might change. A white guy, oh, people are demanding the police take to the knee like ours did for Floyd for some strange reason. People here are asking for death penalty for him. It is a tinderbox, but I agree with you. It is very delicate. Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like if we sentence someone to death, then we basically are killing him, you know? So that makes us just as much a murderer as he was. We are just murdering in a different way than him. But it is a difficult situation because every person is unique, and I don't know that specific person. You know. So yeah. If a person like Leslie has two husbands, then the lines to the two husbands must come out separately out of Leslie. Leslie should not just have one line coming out of her and then going towards two husbands. Okay, Sean, say this situation happened with your brother or sister. Which community would support you, Dutch or English? I'm kind of surprised you guys are anti-death penalty. Wait, okay, Sean, this situation happened with your brother and sister. Which community would support you, Dutch or English? Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by Dutch or English, to be honest. So, to give you an idea, I am Afrikaans. Um, English is my second language, um, and even though Afrikaans is similar to Dutch, it is still different. Not just in the language, like, but also culture-wise to Dutch people. I'm viewing a certain person. If I am viewing a certain person, then I want that person's parents. The blocks for that person's parents should be roughly above them. Yes, let's go test that. So if I were to view, let's say, Jamie, or what happened, Jamie. Okay, that was not working. I'm gonna try the same prompt again, but using a higher tier model. I don't know what I mean either. I assume there are two major European groups there. Um, so, so in South Africa, we I have many different cultures and people here. We actually have 12 official languages even. Just a random idea, because you are doing a tree, have a toggle so that the tree generation bottom up. So by default, it is currently bottom up. Or what do you mean? Or do you mean like to ignore brothers and sisters and cousins and just have one straight line up? So Emo, to get back to you, we have many different people and cultures here. Um, most of the current Afrikaans people are Dutch descendant, but many are not. Like me as an example, I'm not Dutch descendant. Um, well, there is Dutch in me, but I think if I take a DNA test, it'll most likely be more towards Lithuania than Netherlands. But there are people from all over Europe like staying here. Not just Europe, but also UK, because what happened was the Dutch colonized South Africa, but then later on, the UK tried to also colonize us. So we have people from UK here as well as from Europe here. So in South Africa, majority people here uh, speak at least two languages minimum, but most people speak even more. Like we have so many people here who speak 5, 6, 7, 8 languages. It's very common here to find people that speak like 5, 6, 7 languages, and it's because we are just so intertwined. Like there's so many different cultures and people living here at the same time. I never noticed it currently generates from the bottom up, like how a tree grows. Yes, if I were to select Harper, right? Then from Harper, I can see Harper's parents are Owen and Reese. I don't have Owen's parents, so no one is showing. But I do have Reese's parents, which is Drew Johnson and Parker Brooks. And then from here, I don't have Parker's parents, but I do have Drew Johnson's parents. So I can see Drew Johnson is Jamie Johnson and Leslie, that person. That's basically how it works. Now, I am planning to add a toggle for different views. I'm planning to have this current view, then also a side view. That's the two views I'm currently planning to make. Now, I might make other as well, but those are the two currently planned. Yes, I'm clearly misunderstanding this. Is there, for example, people of French ancestry that only speak English? Yes, there are. As an example, one of the people that I work for, uh, his family is Italian descendant, as an example. And they only speak English as well. So almost everyone that is descendant from UK or Europe, they came here and all of them speak English, and then many of them speak Afrikaans. And then some of them, some of us also speak other languages, but most of us just speak. So most white people, we just speak English and Afrikaans. But then the black people, they usually speak like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 languages. But then they also speak Afrikaans and English. That's how it's mostly like. Yes, exactly. So different regions in South Africa have some languages that are more dominant. So, as example, where I grew up, the most dominant language there was Sesotho. So when I went to school, we learned three languages. We learned Afrikaans, English, Sesotho, as an example. Damn, thank you for explaining. And then, so we learned those three languages in primary school, Sesotho, Afrikaans, English. And then in high school, we could choose other languages, such as German or whatever. But then other areas in South Africa, so every school in South Africa teaches English. English is like the one standard. And then depending on the area, you would learn other languages. Now, most schools have at least one black language. So I say black language, it's actually a Bantu language. And then many also have Afrikaans. But again, it depends on the area. Okay, if I am viewing a certain person, that I want that person's parents, to show above him. I want to see it visible in the view when I have that person selected. The pleasure. I'll show you something as well. If we go here, South Africa, Wikipedia. You'll see we have 12 official languages right here. So these are our languages. So when I was in school, in my specific school, we learned Afrikaans as the first language, English as second, and then Sesotho as third. And you can see it's showing there the area in which the languages are spoken. So like if you check Sesotho, you can see that green area. That's the area in which I was. Yeah. I hope that helps explain it. Still not working. It's not working. Look at the attached image. I have Jamie Johnston selected, but I don't see his parents above him. So I see we are currently on 6% or 7% for GitHub Copilot in just one day. So at this rate, we can only use GitHub Copilot for roughly 10 days, and then we will have reached our monthly usage limit. Is there some ethnic groups you are closely affiliated with? If a tragedy were to happen, they would protest for you. Not really. No. I guess you could say the Afrikaans and English, but even though most white people are Afrikaans and English, not everyone necessarily would like protest for you. if you know what I mean. Because even though, like, it's difficult to explain, it just comes back down to like South Africa has so many different cultures and different people. Like even just within one ethnic group, there's still branches, you know. Like if we look at just the Afrikaans group, right? Um, Even within just Afrikaans, there is sub branches. Like we have the colored Afrikaans people. Then we have, so if I go here, so in South Africa we have a race called colored. Now, if you were to call someone colored overseas, it would not be something nice. But in South Africa, we have an official race that's called colored. Colors in South Africa are multiracial community. So we have the colored people who is mostly Afrikaans as an example, but like um, they live mostly in one area in South Africa, and even though we speak the same language, it even sounds different, you know. Like the way they speak Afrikaans is different than the way I speak Afrikaans. Now we can obviously understand each other, but the accents are different. Orania is crazy. Ah, there we got my colored friend, my best friend, Mr. Gordon Struble. We are talking about you, Gordon. Maybe you could give some input here. Oops, what did I just do? Your timing is impeccable. Read the chat here, Gordon. I think I lost one of my messages that I was going to send to the AI. Yeah, man, what did I type? I even forgot what I was typing. What's up, Sean? Don't be quiet, Gordon. Spill the beans. Gordon is being shy now. He says hi and then he doesn't speak. I'm not winning on this thing. Just not winning. Okay, I think we'll get back to this one later. I'm gonna undo it for now. Press Ctrl plus Z in chat area. Well, I think it might be too late for it now. I'll try it. If it doesn't work, I think I missed the shot. Got something else I want to show you. Sneak peek. Okay, let me see. I am awaiting your something cool. Gordon is also... What? This doesn't make sense. We had more than 800 views on this video earlier, and now suddenly the views are less than 800. How does that happen? That doesn't make sense. What the hell? Install Codex add-on, use the free credits and one-shot it. I have work in 7 hours, gonna sleep, enjoy the Claude over the weekend. Thank you very much, Emu. Good night. That's maybe a good idea, Emu. Not Emu, I mean, just call me Dev. Check your teams. Can't paste URL in chat. You can paste the URLs in the Steam chat. I don't have Teams open right now, but I will send you the chat that we have. So you can send it in there, Gordon. So it's pretty close with these votes. Gordon, please vote here. Should I call it Genepedia or Genepedia? Or do you have any other suggestions? Like Roseltpedia or something. If you write a very complex prompt, you can get the free credits to actually do decent work. Already voted you, chomp. Ah. So, what I want to have happen is, you'll see we have parents here, Robert and Evelyn, and one of their children is Jamie Johnson. So the way I want it to work is, if I click on Jamie Johnson, right, then I want the parents to move to show on top instead of showing here. That's basically what I want. Whereas currently I think it's showing in the middle. Or not even, I don't even know why the parents are showing. Oh, the parents are showing in the middle of the entire tree. That's what's happening. Yes, I think that's the thing. It's showing in the middle of the entire tree. What you are telling us to write as the prompt to codex. Okay, let me see what I can do. Codex. We'll do what? We'll do GPT-5 on high. Look at the attached screenshot of the 3 test 1 / index.html page. I have Jamie Johnson selected. When I have someone selected, then I want their parents to show above them. If you look at the screenshot, Jamie Johnson's parents are not showing directly above him. Parents in the tree should always reposition / layout itself to show above the selected person. Something like that. Make backup. Okay, let me make a backup. Yeah, I'm making a backup right now. Okay, backup has been made. Okay, is this prompt fine in your opinion? I'll check your Steam shortly, Gordon. So Gordon, is this your program that you are busy making? This remote desktop client? Is that something you are busy making right now? I'm going to be honest, it looks ugly. Why is it so ugly? You gotta make it look pretty. If you think you have covered everything, I would add more like other features you want to waste the free credit. So I don't want to add more because I don't want to ruin the context. I wanted to have the best possible chance of sorting it out. Because I've wasted already so many credits trying to get it to work. You must make it look better though, Gordon. So this is what Gordon's busy making. It's one thing if it works, sure, but it has to look good as well, you know? So Gordon, I'm currently using this remote desktop manager. That's what I'm currently using. It's not perfect, but it works good enough. Okay, I'll inspect the tree rendering code and data first so I can see how selected node layout is currently computed. Then I'll patch the positioning logic where it belongs. I found the active code. The selection currently just highlight focuses the existing layout. So the root layout choice is likely the missing piece rather than CSS. The data says Jamie has a parent family and a spouse children family. Current layout only walks downward from a chosen union. So selected Jamie can reroute to F0, but Jamie's own spouse cluster then competes with his sibling generation, which is why his parents are not centered above him in this view. I'm going to reproduce this in the browser rather than guess from the screenshot alone. That should tell me whether the issue is the chosen root, the child union width calculation, or the focus transform hiding the ancestor row. One important detail, the existing tree action already knows how to choose Jamie's parents' family, but normal selection does not use that. I'm checking whether making selection reroute is sufficient, or whether the layout itself needs a selected person mode. I've got the likely fix now. Selection should choose a parent family layout when the selected person has parents. And the renderer needs to preserve the selected state through that re-render so it doesn't loop or lose the highlight. I'll keep its scope to index.js. I'm going to make two link changes. Re-render around the selected person's parent family and add a focus offset to the layout so the selected child's actual card, not their spouse group midpoint. Okay, the layout engine now has the notion of focus child, including the awkward case where that child is inside a spouse group. Next, I'm wiring selection to use it. So clicking Jamie caused the new layout path to be used automatically. The code is patched. I'm doing a syntax check. Okay, the calculation exposed one more thing. The focus math works, but the initial root is already Jamie's parents' family. So selection also needs to re-render when the root is unchanged, but the focused person changed. That's just a setup window. Don't need the looks. No, it need the looks as well. If I often when I open an app and it doesn't look nice or a website, then I just close it. I don't care if it works. If it doesn't look nice, I don't even want to use it because I think if the developer can't even make it look good, then I don't even want to know whether it works or not. At least this is the case if there are other solutions. But if there isn't any other solutions, then of course I'll use it regardless of how it looks. So there are some caveats. But if I have other options that look good, I would rather choose the ones that look good. Ah, it's working! It's working! Just call me Dave. That's so nice. I wasted so many prompts trying to get this to work. I'm so glad it's working now. Why is this line dark though? I don't know. I made a mistake. Okay. It should only show that person, only show the person's selected parents when we are viewing that person's tree by clicking on the tree button. Now it's auto updating it, which is not exactly what I wanted. For me, it's always been function over looks. That's why I'm comfortable with CLIs and TUIs. And not for me. I would even sometimes rather use a shitty GUI over a functional terminal application. Even if the GUI has less features, I would sometimes rather use the GUI just to have something that looks nice. But with AI, it has somewhat changed though, because nowadays I can just ask the AI to do whatever. Yeah, exactly. I think it should be pretty easy to like make it look better, Gordon. If you just ask the AI. So Gordon, what is your tech stack there? Did you see that Flutter is now being controlled by Canonical? Like Google handed over Flutter to Canonical. So they are now in charge of it. Okay, let's see if this now finally works. So Carter, Johnson, Kai. Don't think it's working. Yeah, it's not working anymore. So it's broken now again. Yep, it's broken. It's broken. Okay, I'm going to revert this. I think we'll try this again some other day. Maybe once we have Opus 4.8, we'll give it a try. So I'll say discard changes so that we can revert back. And then I think I need to actually go to bed as well. Let's see how the live stream is doing. Yeah, this is very close voting. I'm not sure. Difficult. I wish the votes were not as close. But I think I might end up going Genepedia then. Might as well. Cool. Well, thank you everyone for watching. I appreciate it. Just basic Python. I'm like, what? Only 300 prompts in. I see. But Gordon, if you use Python, you must use the FireMonkey framework for Python. Gordon, put your code online. I want to try and see if I can port your GUI to FireMonkey and then have it look nicer. Do you know what I'm talking about, Gordon? I'll show you. Python FMX right here. This library. It's the FireMonkey framework, but for Python. So you can build an app that works on Windows, Mac OS, Linux, and Android. It's pretty nice in my opinion. I don't know how well AI will be able to use it, but it is nice. What popular Python programs are there? Curious to know what's like the most popular Python programs. When you're done, come on Teams for a bit. Yeah, it's late, but maybe. Uh, YouTube download GUI, a cross-platform front-end GUI for popular YouTube DL written in WX Python. Oh, but it's been dead for many years. I'm looking for something because I'm actually quite keen to try, just for fun, to take a random Python application and convert the GUI over to something else. I'm a C# user. The GUI generation is easy as Web 2, so just CSS. That's nice. Yeah, if you use stuff like Python or Delphi and that, then building a nice GUI is a little bit harder. GUI for Clipper. What is Clipper? What is this? I don't know, but we need to look for an MIT license thing as well. License MIT GUI for vocal remover that uses deep neural networks. A GUI system for Pygame. Let's open these ones. Ultimate Vocal Remover GUI v5.6. Okay, okay. Pygame GUI. Qt log GUI for logging. I don't see anything interesting. Oh, Python GUI for uninstalling the default Windows 10 apps. debloatx. That's neat. PyPoker GUI. Yeah, nothing interesting here. Just run up a server with Python, the use browser. Just run up a server with Python, the use browser. I don't know what that is. Then use browser. So I am not a Python developer, so I don't know much of like what people are using for it. I did Python for about a year in 2014, and then a few years back I did some Python as well, but that's about it. Just HTML being server like a local site, so you can use that as a GUI. Oh, you mean like a website as a GUI for a Python app? Yes, I see. So what I want to do is I want to take an existing GUI app and then convert the GUI over to a different framework. So just for fun. I'm looking for an interesting Python app that I can port the GUI over. Gordon, unless you want to give me access to your program, and then I'll port your GUI over to something else and make it look better. If you are keen for that. A simple high quality voice conversion tool. An app that allows you to AFK mine time Twitch drops with automatic drop claiming and channel switching. That's interesting. This app also doesn't look very nice. So it might be a good contender to make a better UI for. Just having fun prototyping stuff. This is actually just testing my vibe coding setup. I see. Okay. So what you are building here is not an actual product that you plan to like release and stuff. Okay, I think I'm done with that for now. Okay, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you everyone. I appreciate it. And I'll maybe see you guys tomorrow. Make your own admin dashboard, get YouTube stats, Twitch. Yeah, but if I want to do that, that's something I would want to make in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you know? I don't want to build that whole thing in Python. Cool.